Good evening. This is the Word News on your premium talk radio today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I am Adekunle Adejumo. In the headlines, Vice President Kashim Shettima calls for stronger infrastructure to expand opportunities nationwide. Rivers State residents urge government to revive palliative bus scheme. On the foreign scene, Turkey, Egypt, and Qatar condemns Israeli attacks on Gaza. Now the details. Vice President Kashim Shettima has described infrastructure development as a means of creating and distributing opportunities across the country. Shettima stated this while commissioning the Elele-Egbeda-Omokudwao carriageway in Rivers State, which connects Ikwere, Emoa, and Obagbe-Mandoni local government areas. He said the nation becomes congested when opportunities are limited, stressing that every piece of infrastructure creates new opportunities for citizens, while also noting that the responsibility of government is to ensure that opportunities are evenly distributed across the country.
Society, you know that we're having a celebration today. One student's a warning rather than an invitation. We have had housing police, a deteriorated carriageway, difficult journeys and security concerns force many travelers to avoid this route. Today, that memory gives way to a modern dual carriageway illuminated for safer movement by day and night. This achievement reminds us that governance is a continuum. One administration lays the foundation, another strengthens it, and the people remain the final beneficiaries. That continuity is how public service earns meaning and citizens receive the respite they deserve. We can now look forward to farmers moving produce faster and with fewer losses, traders reaching larger markets, businesses reducing logistic costs.
Also speaking, Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara said the completion of the project would strengthen his party's campaign effort, given the impact of the road on the lives and economic activities of the people. Governor Fubara described the project as another promise of his administration that has been fulfilled, saying its completion had given him a sense of happiness and fulfillment despite the challenges faced by his administration.
For us today to come here to say to the will of God, that promise made is a promise kept. Even in the face of all our trial, the face of all the ordeal that befell this administration, there are still some positive things that people can see and look at and say, you meant well for this government. You meant well for the people of Rivers State. I strongly believe that this project will also help more when we'll be going for campaign. When we're campaigning, I will say, look, we think this one. Even the people that are going to come as opposition against us, they are going to pass this corridor. So when they are coming, they will see it as, it's these people that did it. So we have something to show that truly we meant well, and our linings will continue to mean well for Rivers people.
The Inspector General of Police, IGP Olatunji Disu, has cautioned Nigerian youth against criminality, violence, and reckless behavior that could cut short their ambitions. The IGP gave the warning on Thursday in Abuja during the 4th celebration of International Youth Day, where he addressed young Nigerians and students. Disu particularly warned youth against being used for electoral violence ahead of the 2027 elections, stressing that while politicians may reconcile after campaigns, young people who lose their lives on political violence do not return home. The police boss said the force recognized the constitutional right of young Nigerians to participate in politics, support political parties, express their views, and campaign for candidates. He, however, warned that the police would not tolerate violence or the recruitment and mobilization of youth for hostile activities during the electoral period. Disu therefore advised young Nigerians to be responsible in their use of social media and urged youth to avoid unnecessary risk, noting that many young lives have been lost as a result of violence and criminal activities. Meanwhile, security agencies have been urged to respond with equal urgency, strengthen intelligence gathering and community engagement to ensure that those responsible for the recent killing in Kana local government area of Rivers State are brought to justice through due process. The convener of Rivers Peace Initiative, Obinna Egbogidi, made the call in reaction to the recent killing of 3 persons in Kana local government area, including Philip Barikwi and Barikpe Barimamam, and one order where he extended condolences to the government and the people of Kana LGA. According to Egbogidi in an interview with Today FM Sutendio Jowo, the killing of young men in circumstances such as the one involved in the killing is particularly devastating because it leaves families, communities, and an entire generation carrying consequences they did not choose. He noted that the latest killings are coming against the background of other serious security challenges that Kana has experienced in recent times, including the reported killing of a former chief security officer of the local government and violent incidents that have affected communities within the LGA, saying that the people deserve to live, work, worship, conduct, and do businesses and raise family without fear.
As Rivers State approaches another critical political season, this responsibility becomes even greater. Political competition must never be allowed to turn communities against one another. Those who have influence over young people and political supporters must use that influence to promote restraint and peace, not confrontation and retaliation. Rivers State has a responsibility to protect the peace required for its citizens to participate freely in civic and political life. We cannot afford to normalize violence, nor can we afford to wait until communities are overwhelmed before we act.
Obinna Bogini insisted that Rivers State government has a responsibility to protect the peace required for its people to participate freely in civic and political life and cannot afford to normalize violence nor afford to wait until communities are overwhelmed before taking action. The Rivers State Peace Initiative called on the Rivers State government, security agencies, local government authorities, traditional and community leaders, political actors and citizens to make the prevention of violence a shared priority.
The Rivers Peace Initiative calls on the Rivers State government, security agencies, local government authorities, traditional and community leaders, political actors and citizens to make the prevention of violence a shared priority. Let Canaswing strengthen our resolve to prevent similar tragedies elsewhere. Let us intervene before conflict becomes violence, before violence becomes killing, and before killing becomes another cycle of retaliation. Can has suffered enough. Rivers State has suffered enough. No political ambition, communal disagreement, or criminal interest is worth the life of a Rivers citizen. Our collective duty is to protect our people and preserve the peace upon which the future of Rivers State depends.
More reactions have continued to throw the attack in setting ablaze of the family building of a chieftain of the African Democratic Congress in Alu community in Ikwere local government area of Rivers State, Themis Isaiah. This time, the Nigerian Democratic Congress NDC candidate for Ikwere State constituency in Rivers State House of Assembly, DK Providence Chima, in his reaction, condemned this in entirety the attack on the building of a member of the ADC by alleged members of the Rainbow Coalition in Normal Koalu community. Providence Chima said the attacks clearly shows that unpreparedness of the coalition members in taking over power come 2027, expressing surprise that the ruling party cannot use its achievement in campaigning for the forthcoming general election rather than using violence as a strategy to scare the opposition from exercising their franchise. Providence Chima, in a statement he signed, challenged the People's Democratic Party and the All Progressives Congress to come boldly and tell Rivers people what they have achieved since inception, apart from the 20,000 naira back to farm empowerment, hunger, insecurity, amongst other challenges. He further stated that only 10% benefited from the acclaimed scholarship, saying it is unfortunate that even the future of the children are gambled with deceit, decrying that the system of running a society where chiefs, elders, pastors, among others, are now partisans to the evils in the society. He reminded the people of an adage where a monkey was laughing at the falling trees but not remembering that it is his house and was the target, just as it called on youth to remember the parents, relatives, and brothers, warning that anyone who allows himself to be used as a tool for the destruction in the name of election will forever be indebted to the tears of the innocent. DK Providence Chima, while insisting that everyone must be allowed to do his political business towards ending modern-day slavery, called on the Commissioner of Police, DSS, Army, and other relevant security agencies, as well as human rights organizations, to investigate and bring the perpetrators to book. You're listening to the World News on Today95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news and foreign stories. Do stay tuned.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Coronation, coronation, coronation. We, the chiefs, CDC, youths, the women, elite, and the entire good people of Rumokani Ogbakiri, Wezina, invite the general public to her installation and coronation of His Royal Highness, Eze Anthony Woke, Omona Bisiokani, Nyeweali Rumokani Ogbakiri, the 6th, scheduled as follows. Friday, 21st August 2026, traditional wrestling, Egelege, by 1 p.m., Obone cultural display by 4 p.m. Saturday, 22nd August 2026, Obone cultural display by 6 a.m. Coronation proper by 10 a.m. All traditional and Christian display will follow afterward. Sunday, 23rd August 2026, Thanksgiving service at St. John's Anglican Church, Rumokani Ogbakiri by 10 a.m. Royal Father of the Day, Eze Michael Lawson Chinda, Eze Panwa the 6th of Rumokania Rumokuta. Announcer, Honorable Chidiebere DK, Chairman, Pastor Kinikanwa Augustine, Secretary. 4. And on behalf of the Coronation Committee, Anubialawe.
Appreciate you for being there. Now to the rest of the news. Some residents of Rivers State have appealed to the state government to revive the free bus scheme introduced as a palliative to ease the rising cost of transportation. Speaking with our correspondent, Esosa Onabu, they described the initiative as impactful, noting that it previously helped reduce the financial burden on commuters, students, and low-income earners. Although some claim they had never bothered but noticed how regularly the buses operated and received positive feedbacks from beneficiaries, some commuters recall their experiences with the buses and urge authorities to address the funding delay and extend the service beyond Port Harcourt by deploying smaller buses across the state's 22 other local government areas to help decongest the capital.
The FD palliative or scheme that was introduced to help reduce cost of transportation for individual citizens basically was a very good idea considering the cost of transportation right now, the cost of fuel and all of that. Although it was said to be existing, only came across it once and that's it. It has long been out of function.
Realize that for quite some time now, I've not really noticed or seen girls versus River State to be precise. Because I remember there was a time, I think on one or two occasions, I've forgotten, I entered one of the buses. And when I got to my destination, I tried paying. The driver said, no, it's free.
The free bus transportation scheme previously introduced by the university government was a very commendable initiative, although I never personally boarded the buses. I saw how frequently they operated within Port Harcourt and I heard from many people who benefited from them.
The residents further called on the government to reinstate the use of palliative buses alongside the state initiative to help lower fares amid current fuel costs, adding that restoring and expanding the free bus service would make life easier for people, support students, and spread development to other parts of the state.
We are urging the federal government to bring back this scheme, to bring back this palliative that would help reduce cost per individual, reduce fare, and make life easier for the citizens.
First of all, it's going to help the masses, people who are poor, who can't afford these rights wherever they are going. And then also students, it's going to help students. And I really want to plead to the River State government that these initiatives should be brought back.
So I sincerely appeal to the state government to consider bringing back the scheme to help reduce the rising cost of transportation for residents and visitors. I also suggest extending it beyond Port Harcourt by introducing smaller buses across the other 22 local governments so that people in those parts of the state can benefit too. Let's start shifting development down to other states. Let's bring it back, improve it, and make it statewide.
On the foreign scene, Turkey, Egypt, and Qatar have strongly condemned the recent Israeli strikes in Gaza, calling on Israel to comply with its obligation under the ceasefire agreement. In a joint statement released on Thursday, the three countries warned that continued Israeli attacks could undermine regional and international efforts to end the conflict. They said the escalation comes at a critical time as efforts are ongoing to implement the comprehensive plan to end the Gaza conflict. The countries also noted that constructive steps are being taken in the negotiation process, including a meeting between the Board of Peace and Israeli officials. They therefore called on the international community and the Board of Peace to take necessary measures to ensure compliance with the ceasefire and prevent further escalation. And in sports, FIFA has released the match schedule for the 2027 Women's World Cup in Brazil, confirming the dates and venues for all 64 matches across the 8 host cities. The schedule was announced on Thursday at the home of FIFA in Zurich, Switzerland, during the live draw for the preliminary phase of the Women's World Cup 2027 playoff tournament. Each of the 8 host cities will stage at least 7 matches, including at least one knockout fixture. Brasilia, Porto Alegre, Recife, Salvador will host matches through the round of 16, while Belo Horizonte and Fortaleza will join Rio de Janeiro and Sao Paulo as quarter-final venues. FIFA President Gianni Infantino said the tournament would showcase the growth of women's football and give fans and communities across Brazil an opportunity to play a central role. FIFA also disclosed that an updated schedule would be released after the final draw, which is expected to take place later this year. And in the world of entertainment, gospel music artist and self-styled Prince of the Niger Delta, Asu Ikie, has announced the end of his 28-year marriage to Kenemofe Asu in a public statement, Akia said the marriage came to an end a year ago, but explained that he deliberately waited before making the announcement publicly. According to the gospel artist, the decision to delay the announcement was to allow time for perspective, clarity, and quiet acceptance following what he described as a deeply personal transition. Akia said he has chosen to close the chapter with grace, gratitude, and dignity while looking forward to what he described as the possibilities of a new season. The announcement brings to an end nearly 3 decades of marriage, which Akia described as a deeply personal journey marked by growth, experience, and reflection. Gospel artists signed the statement as Aso Akia, the Prince of the Niger Delta. And to end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. Vice President Kashim Shettima has called for stronger infrastructure to expand opportunities nationwide. We told you that Rivers State residents have urged the federal government to revive palliative bus scheme to ease the rising cost of transportation. On the foreign scene, you also heard that Turkey, Egypt, and Qatar have condemned Israeli attacks on Gaza. And that was the news that's edited by Etsosayo Nabu. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, Facebook at Today95.1fm, Instagram TodayFM951, and on X TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live at Today95.1fm. I am Adekunle Adejumo. Good evening and thank you for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Looking to grow your business?
Ready to elevate your brand and reach the right audience? This is your moment to take your brand to the next level with Today 95.1 FM.
Your trusted voice, reaching thousands of listeners every single day.
From startups to established brands, we create powerful advertising solutions that boost your visibility and drive real growth.
Our affordable advertising packages are designed to give your business maximum visibility and real results.
Don't just advertise where people are listening.
Call us today on 0818-389-2850 or visit our station to book your slot now at Today FM Drive off East West Road, Obiako.
Today FM 95.1.
Your voice, your market, your success.
Unleash the power of the airwaves with the ultimate radio experience. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM, the voice of people. Don't just listen, immerse yourself.
That is 100% true.
to know a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Very good evening to you, and thank you so much for joining us on today's edition of Today's Connect right here on Today 95.1 FM. My name is Adekunle Adejumo.
My name is Rona Agbara. We are the voice of the people,
Yes,
not
so-
at that part.
Okay, we are the voice of the people, and we're your premium talk radio.
That's right.
Premiering only the most creative aspect of broadcasting.
Okay.
I'm looking for the Igbo version of something that's the way P.
The Igbo version of the word P.
P.
You will not see it. Don't worry.
Primela.
If I
You need to see
something-
what Rona is putting on.
Don't do that.
It's fire.
You need to see what Ade is wearing right now.
Now, Layo.
It's water.
This is fake senator. It says, you know, when you put on the quality version of what I'm wearing,
It's not
called
actually, it's not the
senator.
same material.
How?
Okay, I mean, I thought you were referencing mine.
No.
Okay,
Your
you're
own
talking
is
about
higher
yours.
than my own.
Don't do that.
Your own is high
Mine
grade.
is just normal adire.
Do you know that if you go to mile 1, there's a section where you buy something and it will have an idea of how much it could cost. Ask me where.
Where?
Railway.
How now?
It's not even, I called it properly. I called it railway.
So is it railway?
Those people who buy it there, they call it railway.
Railway.
Because when the train is coming, you just have to leave. So for them, whatever you are buying there is similar to what I'm putting on. This is the lowest grade of this one is senator.
You're trying to be
When you
humble.
are no lie, when you are putting on the one that is not much of a quality, it's called senator.
Then
when you are putting on the real, it's called senator.
This is the one they call senator.
Ah.
This is your word. What color is this now?
Okay, only
this
ladies
brown.
no color. This is
This
not
is-
brown. No,
okay.
this is not Chris Brown. This is milk.
This is not milk.
It's milk.
I think it's a shade of brown, but I think the lightest shade of brown.
I talk 'em.
That's
Women
what
and
this
color.
is.
Because if people are always involved in every Ashwebi scheme.
That's what
I
this
was with
is.
somebody that day and she says, "You're putting on lilac." I said, "What?"
And you think maybe it's purple
I said,
or
"Nah,
pink.
purple. Which
Yeah.
kind lilac? Don't do that with me." But, I remember those days
In
mixing
primary school,
colors.
in primary school, they were just primary colors and secondary colors. But right now, there is
Let me confess
there are
my
tertiary
confession.
colors even.
Well, I tell lie. Those days when we were doing color combination, only
Mix
God
this
saw
to
me
this
through.
to give another color.
I don't know what I was mixing, but I knew it arrived at something.
But you passed.
And my
every-
teacher was like, very correct. See, it's only God. It's only the creator that has been doing it
So
for
the only
me.
colors you know is black and white.
I could remember at one point we were asked to black and white and red and green for the
Okay.
sake of
Those
Nigerian
are like
flag.
basic colors.
They had asked the young man, they said he should explain global warming. I can still remember that event. One Chijuki then in our class.
Okay.
And he started, that was the day I knew that you may not know anything, but humor would help you scale through.
That works.
He started
sometimes.
with global warming. By the time he would repeat that in the fourth time,
Yeah.
our teacher then, Sir Victor, is not in the UK. He has burst into laughter.
Oh, so
he said, just go ahead and say anything. He said, yes, sir. And he was touching his jaw.
Mm.
Global warming is where everywhere are hot and water just. I was like, oh, goodness.
But you know, it's not every time that humor you can get away with humor.
It depends
There's
on
some
the context.
places you
No.
want to be humorous and
It's not,
you get into
it's
trouble.
It's not somewhere
Serious
like
places.
Those, areas like those are our neighboring.
Right? You're trying
It's
to
not
do
those ones,
humor
so.
thing. They will beat you on your humor.
Okay. No violence, please. But speaking about things going gaga, something that one of the things that actually been on my mind is about the dramatic turnout in Beijing, which was actually an exhibition for technology where a robot went out of control.
Went
And the robot
haywire.
was just flinging his leg. In my head, all I could picture is Oyenwa Ibiko, Oyenwa Ibiko. Oh my
To
goodness.
tell you that even these robots and all this
Those people that
technological
said
stuff,
robots will take our jobs.
let them come take the job.
Imagine
now.
this
Imagine
thing
this robot was supposed to sit
was
here
in the office of
and
the
broadcast
No, not even
and
okay.
start
Yes.
malfunctioning and start saying something else that's not on the screen, or just start saying things out of proportion.
You then
How will the
say,
show
where
go?
is Ade and Rona? If you call us, or imagine this thing walked into the office of the owner.
Okay.
So it was
And
at
starts
the point
behaving
where
like
they are
this.
questioning him. He just grabbed the owner for neck.
That's when you know that humans are important.
Mm-hmm.
We just need to, I don't know, should we coexist at this point?
With
robots.
To be difficult.
For us to coexist with robots.
Actually, I saw a movie. Oh my goodness, what's the title of that movie now? Forgotten. I'll look for it and share with you. You need to watch every bit of it. Actually, miss, and they had AI villages, and a young kid actually was a super machine.
Yeah.
But at some point, some people were basically destroying the artificial intelligence. But it looks as if the coexistence of both saves. At every point in time, technology has been with us.
Yeah.
It's a tech.
But I think it's more now than
It has always
used
been with
to
us.
be. I mean, the influence now is more now because
the only scare is that your robot can be hacked.
Yeah,
by,
there's that. True.
Yes, there's a set of people
because it's programmed. People can get into the system and make it malfunction. And then there's also the aspect of some of the, if it's electrical, it could get some touches here and there, and a spark happens, it goes out.
Otilo.
And
it's like Megan.
And then humans also get that.
Did you see Megan?
No, okay. I didn't. Humans get touches too now. Your brain,
our own.
Your head touch
our
like this.
Own. It's controllable. There's a kind of
you just crash out.
There's a kind of African uncle knock they will give you.
You reset.
It'll go to reset.
All right, it's what's on your mind on Today 95.1 FM. We're just saying some of the things on our mind. I mean, yeah, would also like to hear the things on your mind.
We disappointed you a little because you were expecting us to start with weekend.
Or in Abuja. But yeah, it's not all the time that would always I mean, you could think whatever and share whatever on your mind, but absolutely. This is just, the things that I want to talk about and decide to talk about too.
I just said absolutely.
No, you're fine saying absolutely. I just said that because it's your favorite word to use.
Okay.
But you're safe, don't worry.
Thank you.
All right, if you're just tuning in, it's what's on your mind on Today 95.1 FM. It's time for you to join in, call in, and say the things on your mind as they are, but also you be mindful of your language, okay? 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call to say what's on your mind this evening. Ade and Rona, let me tell you what's on my mind. Go on, please. For text messages, 0701-933-9962.
Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening to you.
My good people over there.
Thank you.
All of you all.
We salute you.
Salute you too.
Akoniche calling for Patakon.
All right.
You're welcome.
Today I've been thinking of one particular thing that has been happening in my country, being Nigeria. Do you know that we have intellectuals, we have professors that I expect them to speak and to talk on this Tinubu certificate? Do you know that none of them have spoken? None of them have reacted.
Which of the certificate? The university own or the
kindergarten, the little one that beat up brain.
Okay.
Primary and nursery own beat up brain. That is where the brain started. If you didn't get it that time, brain will be misfortune. That is the most important thing. Now, the issue now is that no one is speaking on it. Is it that we do not know what to say about it? Or we are just pretending that nothing is happening? Do you know that it's not when you eat sour soup, it's not when you will start purging. And people do not know that they are planting poison in our soil. Very soon, it starts speaking. Very soon, it starts speaking. But they did not know. So I wanted to speak, to address this situation in a way that it will good in mankind. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Akoniche, thank you for sharing a piece of your wisdom with us. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Day.
Good
Welcome.
Yes, so my own beautiful sister, greetings to
I
you.
greet you too.
Yeah, this is Kingsley calling from Obogoro.
You're welcome.
Thank you, my dear sister. Mr. Day, what's on my mind is what happened in Alo, where
The house got burnt.
Yes, and I want to say this: nobody will ever, nobody will force his will on me.
Hello?
I apologize for the network forced his way on him. So please call back.
Okay.
I needed to prove the network wrong.
Hello, good
95.1.
evening.
Good evening, Ade and Rona.
Good
Yes,
evening
please.
to you.
Welcome.
How are you?
I'm fine, and you?
We're
We
doing
are
good.
doing well because Rona is putting on Adire.
All right, enjoy yourself. This is Nelson from Igrita.
All right, what's on your mind?
Okay. You see, we have gotten to the season of campaign proper. And the gladiators have started their campaign. But both the good, the bad, and the ugly among them, they all present themselves as good to the public. But what is on my mind is this. Those who are youth, you look at those who want to use them this period. Any message they cannot send their children, the youth should not go. I have children, I'm a father by God's grace. Any message I cannot send my children, I will not send another person's children. So the youth should watch out for those who will send them. We had in our law, they went and bought a house yesterday or so. So those who present themselves to be used, if they are being caught, the person that sent them will never come. So our youth should be wise. That is all I can say.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nelson. Our youth should be wise. Brilliant. I could remember one time in River State when the violence got to its peak. I think Abba Mandoni had experienced the same also. And, some people even had to go to the extent of releasing the song saying, Onega Udo means peace, right? 95.1.
Good evening.
Good evening. This is Kingsley from Obogoro.
All right.
All right.
My network drop, yeah. Mr. Day, just like I was saying, nobody will force he or her will on me to either believe on what he or she believes in without my consent. It's not possible, Ade. And I want to say this state belongs to all of us. So nobody owns this state. No one particular person that owns this state. And the day they born that person, the same way they born another person. No. So they should not the drum that they are beating. I believe when I'm not preaching for this, but they should restrict their stance so that for the betterment and for the growth of this state, they should not set this state on fire.
All right.
Everybody
Thank
has
you.
the same equal right to exercise his God-given right.
All right.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Nelson, for sharing what's on your mind. We still have the other portals available for you.
Of course, you can send your
sharing.
text messages. You can send your WhatsApp messages or voice note to 0701-933-9962. What's on your mind this evening? Hello, good evening.
Good evening. Yes, please.
Thank you. My name is Sunday, calling from Circus.
Sunday, you're welcome. How are you today?
Thank you. Well, thank you, sir.
Okay.
Yes, what on my mind is about this, our river state. I believe this river state will be in a good way as we used to get before. Because for me, if somebody kill anybody from my house or my family, I will not accept. I don't know how to hold harm. The person die only but one day. So I will preach to them not to behave like that. They should know that we are all human beings and we also get mind. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Good call. Advocating for peace there. Hello, good evening.
God bless you.
Reno Samson.
God bless you, my beloved brother from another mother. God bless you.
You're
God
welcome.
Aruna Agbara. Good
Yes,
evening.
please. Good evening.
Yes, God bless you.
Bless you too.
My name remains Reno Samson. I'm calling from the city of Wauba in Emago, Burkina. I normally used to tell people that he is the treasure base of this great nation and the garden city of this great nation. If I should take you from that Eleme Junction to receive your Oyibo roundabout, you will ask whether is it the city of this state. What is still going on in this state? We have the governor, led by Semelaifu, but I'm the one that call him the people's governor. I don't understand what is going on. Those projects that is going to commission are the projects that he have already built for a very long time. We want him to focus on governance. My governor, whatever place you are hearing my voice. See the situation of River State. Everywhere in River State, you will see refuge. What is really going on? Go to Eleme Junction. They have done Eleme Junction to where they are they, from that Eleme Junction now. As if you're going to this thing.
I'm aware.
The flyover, the one that Semelaifu just built.
Okay.
Already that one. Oh, it's weird, mad people. I don't like calling my fellow human being mad people. Go there, go see what is going on. What is going on in this state? Go to OE, 70% of internal roads. None is functioning. If you're doubting me, just take a drive there. What I'm saying is, if you find that it's a wrong thing that I'm telling you, do not pick my call. The only thing I found out yesterday that I went to Oyibo is just the banner. Renewal banner. Is that just thing that Oyibo residents need for now? That floods want to take over the whole street of Oyibo.
All right, Samson.
Please.
Thank you.
The champ of Oyibo, please.
Sorry, thank
this
you.
is not what we wanted.
If
I River State won't participate in election, we'll face governance.
That's another level of state of emergency. But thank you so much. The electoral circle has to be obeyed. Rene Samson, I know. If I say I'm aware, it will sound as if I'm the one that ought to do the clearing. I'm aware, right? Okay, let me just say it safely. I'm aware. I know about that location you mentioned. I was putting it on reserve for the eyewitness report segment. But we're still taking your calls as we run through. Let's get to establish the phone lines, and then we go back to the voice note and return to the call.
Of course.
You can join this evening by sharing what's on your mind and sharing it freely. Call the number. Get your phones ready. Get your dialers up. Okay, let's go. 0810-951-0951 is the number to call. Send us a voice note or a text message, and right there, my madam will be reading it.
0701.
Let's go on like that.
933-9962. You don't call it the same way. You understand?
You don't know how to call. You don't see if you go to an event and
so
they
learn how to call
announce this number plate. Who owns this car?
You call it the way I called it.
You call it the way I call it.
The way I called it. 0701-933-9962.
You're forgetting that I'm your guy. This is the state where people have Oga.
Yeah, you're forgetting that there's Madam at the top.
No, let me employ somebody that will be recording your call.
All right, maybe we'll play this voice now and then we'll come to your calls, okay?
Good evening, my brother Ade in the studio. My name is Nateka, they call it for you, please, and fit Bodokri. My brother Ade, it's in my mind. I want to remember Rivers people about 2015 election. How the killing take place for Rivers State. I beg my fellow Rivers people, if they're not be careful, that same thing won't happen for 2027. Say no to anything that will lead to destruction, please, so that your children will see the good of the land. I beg from you, peace and faith.
Thank you, Ateke.
All right, thank you.
Good call.
Yeah.
Say no to violence. Do not allow yourself to be recruited
Of course.
as an instrument of violence. Even the IG had sent out a message on that notice. 95.1, good evening.
Good evening.
Apologies about that. We tried to get you on board, but the network seems to have an alternative plan. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Ade.
Good evening to you.
And a young lady in the studio.
This old woman.
Good evening.
Yes, my name is Onu Samuel.
Onu Samuel, you're welcome.
God bless you. Ade, I heard that so many local government chairmen are going on air telling the public and their people what they have done and what they intend to do. And I want to appeal to my executive chairman of Asaiton. You should come to Today FM. Tell the people of Asaiton what he has done and what he intends to do in the remaining year he has to stay in office. His type and his kind of local government chairman that came into office, some brought light, electricity from the national grid. Some brought bank. Some brought infrastructure that you can physically see and feel within you. He has come again, and I'm asking him, what has he done for the people of us? I don't want empowerment. I want infrastructure, human capacity development, so that the youth that are languishing in poverty and courtesan, the life can be transformed for better.
All right.
Because Asaiton is known for producing excellent brain.
All right.
But now what we have is like, if you are not following them behind them, you cannot survive.
Okay.
And it is dangerous to that beautiful LGA that I came from.
Thank you, Samuel.
So he should do his best to come to Today FM and tell the Asaiton people
All
what
right.
he has done so that we will know.
Okay, thank you.
Fingers crossed. 95.1.
Good evening.
Okay.
Try
That
to
one
dial again.
snapped out. It didn't get through. Let's go with the next caller. Your premium talk radio. Good evening.
Hello.
Good evening.
This is Today FM.
Yes, this is Today FM.
This is Dakuku from Apokiche.
Dakuku, you're welcome.
Well done, play. How are you?
This is Ade and Rona.
Okay. So my sister and my brother in the figure. I'm just telling you that this government of today are not doing anything. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
So government of today are not doing anything to the people of Nigeria, especially River State. Do we have governors in River State? The answer is no. The governors of River State is not happening. Nothing is happening in this state because they probably was able to do something as a governor. But those who feel that they are Messiah of River State, look at that River State is. Look at the local government chairman. How much giving them in a location? 1.something billion every month. What are they doing? They will be doing this thing. Almost of them depend on life. What are human infrastructure and other things? What are they doing over it? Nothing, no road was being constructed, no school, primary health care. No one was able to sit on them. You bless telling us something to tell it. If the Nigerians can change like Oshu, brother, there will be a new thing. Look at that state where we are mocking for many years. Because people elected him, go to their state. River State is letting work.
Okay.
Come from. I'm always ashamed of this state.
Please don't be.
I'm just telling you.
Don't be, please.
I was totally shocked. Nothing is happening. But God will help. We'll be able to remove the Pharaoh of River State. Pharaoh of River State, we are going to remove them.
Okay.
Thank
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dakuku.
All right.
I'm just looking at the metrics and how leadership in River State is going, especially at the LGA levels. It wouldn't come as a surprise if one day the current LGA chairman of HA would say he wants to run as governor. And then you hear something like, during the his time, but prosperity, yeah, the way of reminding us there's something I'm driving at. Those with deeper insights would know what enablement means in that direction. But let's go back to the phone lines.
Do not forget, you
95.1.
can also send a message. The phone lines for that is still very active. Text messages or WhatsApp messages. Voice note came in here. Let's listen to this one quickly.
Good evening, my people. My name is Pastor Vincent. What is on my mind? I'm just worried about the peace accord. I'm asking, what is the essence of the peace accord? When people still die, like, shouldn't they kill about 30 people were allegedly killed, and they're still signing peace accord. And second thing is, I heard the governor of the state, Governor Sefobara, talking about election, that when he is commissioning the project in Elichiamadi, he said that when we start campaigning, we'll have something to campaign about. What campaign is he talking about? I just feel that, I don't know what it's about the governor, but I just feel that the governor doesn't understand where he is right now. When he start campaigning, when he has been thrown out of the other governors have been two times, he did one, he said, when he start campaigning, bye-bye.
Okay. Now, sometimes you have a point, and I'm glad that you listen to the news. But sometimes when we attack news stories in that format, it reduces the essence of what you are trying to say. So the governor did make mention of that, but he says his party, of course, you know what that means, the APC, by extension, Rainbow Coalition. Of course, the Rainbow Coalition is not a political party. So he's saying from what he has done, they have something to campaign with, not necessarily for himself, because he's already out of the race. Hello, good evening. You're welcome to What's on Your Mind.
Yeah, good evening. This is Dixon calling from Uniport.
You're welcome, Dixon.
Yes, what is on my mind is that the governor should know that Nigerians have rejected this party, APC. And he should know that. And concerning what is happening in Rivers State, you look at other local governments, their local government chairmen are doing projects, Eche, Ikwere, and all the Calabar area. But when it comes to Emo and local government, nothing is happening. We don't know what is after receiving 1.something.
Is something not happening in Emoha?
Nothing is happening in Emoha.
They are praying as how? They are praying for Emoha people now.
There is no project going on in Emoha.
Everything is just there.
For one day. The Emoha local government has done one thing that is about to commission or any good news happening in Emoha. So the local government chairman should sit up, not just taking 1.something billion every month and nothing is happening in Emoha, and other local governments who are not hearing anything from them. They should sit up and do something meaningful in River State. Not just jumping from pillar to post, rainbow confusion.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for sharing what's on your mind.
River State is actually a very peculiar state where we have a lot of religious bodies, and anywhere you can just walk into to thank God and give praise or whatever, anything you want to give. But they would rather choose to celebrate the fact that the person who was elected to provide governance in the state has left the shores of the country. So the person went to sought for God outside the shores of this country. So that's where they are happy that, our guy is praying there, foreign prayer.
Foreign answers too now.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, please.
Good evening to you.
Please, I want to say what's on my mind.
Go on.
I want to express my serious disappointment in the person of the governor of Rivers State.
Why is that?
He has so much insulted the good people of Ukubu, community I come from. He has so much shown the world what the Ukubu man does not represent. This is a man of a double standard. Honestly, he has a disappointment.
How is he a man of a double standard?
Now, this is a man that started a fight that he knew from the onset he was not going to finish.
Did he start a fight or a fight erupted?
Yes, he started a fight because if you want to look at it, they had an agreement before he emerged as the governor of Rivers State.
Were you there?
Now, the agreement, yes.
What you said you were there?
I wasn't there. Sorry,
okay.
I guess I was there.
Thank you, because I was about to check the records.
No.
Okay.
From all that has played out, they had an agreement. Now, going against the agreement,
was the beginning of the fight. And then you are going against the agreement knowing that you stop halfway and you're not going to finish the fight. You let so many innocent Nigerian youths, so many innocent Rivers people.
What if not
out to
finishing the fight was for the greater interest of Rivers people to safeguard their lives and properties? Because it may be hijacked. Have you forgotten that things get hijacked by third parties in this country, even to the simplest of peaceful protests?
No, not when the majority of the people are behind you.
The same people that are behind him have said they don't want to fight again.
No, he's not speaking for the entire people of the state. He's not speaking, yes, he's speaking for himself, and as the governor of the state, he's speaking as the governor of one citizen.
Okay.
You know, yes, the governor, he has disappointed Rivers people so much that...
Well, let's say to you. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Ade.
Good evening to you.
Thank you very much. What is on my mind, Mr. VNN?
You're welcome, Mr. VNN.
This 1 million match for Tinubu and Okechin in River State that the Rainbow Confusion is planning behind.
No, it's Rainbow Coalition. Even though you tend to play some satire, but it's what it is.
Yeah, even if you have opinions about it, still call it what it is.
I don't know if they are coalition or they are confusion, so whatever they are.
Okay.
They are planning 1 million march. Okay, Chinda, Tinubu, and it's coming up on 22nd of this month. I don't know, and because most of the bosses they wanted to use it.
Are you saying what's on your mind, or you are advertising the match so that we know where to begin to charge you?
No, what is on my mind is I begin to wonder the same people who are suffering today. They are the same people who they will mobilize to enter these buses to go to stadium and conduct a rally and video them up and down. And yet, these are people who cannot feed 3 square meal a day. As soon as they see boss and a little promise, all of them will succumb. What kind of people are we in River State?
The
People who
good people.
cannot stand on the word.
Those are the
They
good
are
people.
confused and double standard.
Okay, finally.
People who will speak today and condemn Mr. President and APC, as soon as they see the flash of money, they have turned into chameleons.
All right, thank you.
All right, can we take some messages for a wrap up?
We already have a caller on the
All
line.
right.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening to you.
Yes, good evening, sir.
You're welcome.
I'm Chris.
Chris, how are you?
I'm fine, sir.
I'm glad. Please go on.
What is on my mind is how our governor used 3 years and 3.5 years fighting his organ, only to stand up now that we have entered the campaign season to tell me he wants to deliver dividends of democracy to the people. Are you kidding me? I mean, what happened on the 3.5 years? Are you God that you will just stay and say, let here be road, let here be sun, let here be dustbin removal and all of that? Is it not contractors that you will contract to do all this? And if it is something that would take them 1 year to do, how are you going to do it?
Hello, are you there? Hello? The network happened there. Let's just quickly go to the text messages.
Yeah, I'll probably wrap up with this one. Good evening, Ade and Rona. What's on my mind is about the way things are deteriorating in this country today as a result of poor leadership. Poor leadership in the sense that the educated and rational-minded ones allowed the half-baked educated ones to take charge of leadership and mess up the whole thing. I weep for future generation, especially children from poor homes. Shame to shameless politicians. Good evening. What's on my mind? Please tell Governor Sim that all those projects he did then as PDP governor, since he joined APC, he failed woefully. Pastor Vincent. We'll just do this voice note quickly.
Hi, brother. Good evening. I'm my brother in the studio. What is on my mind is to call the Rivers youth to value their life. Someone will come give them money. Go and kill, go and burn house, go and do this. You see, mature men, young guys will embark on that kind of journey. What if in the process, then themselves are being killed? Understand? Because as they are going like this, the opponent will also fire back on them, and they will lose their life. Meanwhile, the people sending them, they actually are overseas, working with us security. See, Rivers should be wise than all this, the nonsense they are doing. It's very painful that you see a mature man walking with his brain under his feet.
All right.
It's called our Chamo. Our Chamo syndrome. Is that about all?
Yeah, that's about it.
So
and the time is even
it's running faster than we could predict.
Yeah.
So we'll see you on the other side. Once it's some minutes past 7 p.m., we'll come through this evening with the eyewitness report segment, and very much later on we'll be talking about security and you. So Adekunle Adejumo and Rona Agbara, the Alagbara. We're not going anywhere.
Don't add something to that thing. I will add something to you. I did now.
Add prof.
No,
there's
I'll
enough
add
for you to
something
add.
else.
There's AA.
I will add
there's
Adekunle Gumolo.
That is not even sweet. There's gold. There's diamond.
Dumolo.
There's platinum.
Don't worry.
Oh, the boy is
Don't worry.
I'm not a boy, sir. I'm a man. The man is too fly.
Yeah, here we go again.
The man is too
fly. Stay locked in and stay with us, all right? We still have a lot more for you in store. So stay tuned in. Good evening.
Thank you. I must say, I thought you wanted to say clock it.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Today's news in 60.
President Bola Tinubu has directed that recovered funds from the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission be diverted to the Nigerian Educational Loan Fund to sustain its growing funding obligations. River State Governor Siminalayi Fubara has stressed the importance of polytechnic education and vocational training in addressing unemployment and producing skilled manpower capable of driving economic development. The National Open University of Nigeria, NOUN, has commenced the implementation of the Tertiary Institution Social Health Insurance Program for its students across the country. The National Universities Commission, NUC, has commenced moves to develop a national science, technology, engineering, and mathematics STEM transformation strategy aimed at repositioning Nigeria's higher education system to drive innovation, industrialization, and sustainable national development. On the foreign scene, a coalition of cross-sector bodies have filed a lawsuit against the U.S. government's new visa restrictions, seeking stability and protections for international students and scholars.
Today's news in 60. In 60.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
informed, stay ahead. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM for the latest news and exciting sports updates. Your trusted source for everything you need to know. Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
We are sending out a premium plea asking the good people of Ogoni to take it easy. Take it easy to the extent of consulting far and wide with their leadership on the said level of disagreement that seems to be welling up with so much emotions that are appearing to be somewhat uncontrolled about the resumption of oil exploration in Ogoni. Some people say you don't say Ogoni land. So Ogoni, you choose to add land where you want. To all and sundry, within the communities concerned and the adjoining communities, the best approach has always been peace. It has always been to making sure that you dialogue so that it doesn't go back to validate the position of people who had said before now that most of what you have in Ogoni land is just a couple of people who spearhead things and claim to be leaders, and once they have their pockets filled and they get satisfied, they leave the scene or they care less about the people. Let common sense come to play. Let the interest of the overall good be put into account. Let it be the first thing. At the same time, leaders of thought and the federal government do not allow that idea of divide and rule to reenact itself in Ogoni. Enough of the bloodshed, enough of the killing. Like the unfortunate incident that happens to people who were said to be aides to the executive chairman of Kana local government area, Dr. Thomas Barriere. That was not supposed to happen because it was a similar situation that we had reported concerning a previous chief security officer right here in this studio. And I remember it was myself and Rona talking about that matter when we spoke with Fegalo Nsuke that same day. So, is it when you are done exterminating all the valid brains that you have in the community, you then begin to ask why? Or you find it necessary to blame some people for the unfortunate things that befall you?
And you know, when we talk about peace as the best approach to resolving issues and conflict, people think that it's because maybe some people do not know how to react or retaliate. But we say peace because if everyone decides to go the violent way to say, oh, you do yours, I would respond with how I want, the people will suffer. You know when they say when elephants fight, the ground suffers. So even people that are not a part of it, people who don't even know, how it's happening, they get to be victims of this whole issue.
They suffer more.
Exactly. And so someone who doesn't know what's going on just
of words.
Use
they are
the
victims, they're not even survivors.
To carry it. So it's really crazy.
You don't know how many people will pack bags on their head and they would exit communities that now you begin to see intra-community movements.
Running away from their homes, don't knowing where to not
the
knowing where to go.
The most disturbing part for me is the children and women that would suffer.
They suffer the most.
For every young man that you kill, you have destroyed a family.
Yes, you've rendered a child fatherless, a woman without husband, a family scattered, and some of them don't even have where to go.
The only difference between these people is that they are not being called bandits or Boko Haram.
But
yet.
The effect of what they do is still the same. Exactly, the effect is still the same. It turns out the same way, just different strategy or approach, but the result is still the same.
I don't trust how narratives fall in the Nigerian media, because if we're not careful, one day you begin to hear things like Ogoni bandits. No, it's not a matter of joke. Because frequency of such events...
And then they coin it to become a pact or a group.
You've said it all. You have said it all. Secondly, the people of Iwafe, Rumo Lumeni, how are you? I hope you have enough balm in your bags. Because by the time you are done using that road, especially for the innocent undergraduate and postgraduate students, I heard you just completed your elections, right? For the PS postgraduates. Okay. So by the time you're done commuting to and fro, you'd have developed backaches. You need balm. And I would have helped you, but I don't have the much resources to begin to construct roads. To the River State government, the LGA chairpersons, I don't know what to say again. But please, that Rumolumini Road is something else. I've gone to places, but I've not seen the one that is as good and most decent to drive on, like that of Rumolumini. You know, you go to Marcet Palaces to go and get some treatment, facials and all that. But you see that road? It's a massage ground on its own. Please, let us help the people of Rumolumini. And with those, we say welcome to today's segment of the Eyewitness Report. We have to fast forward or bring it forward because we'll be talking very much later on security and you. So this is that point where you get to share with us your Eyewitness Report. And to do that this evening, please search deep, look around your communities and matters that are happening. And of course, when you find one, probably on your way from work, something you've recorded earlier in the day, it may be happening within the precinct of your home, your communities, your workplaces. But of course, if you want to stay anonymous, it's also allowed. Yes, because we are your voice, the voice of the people. And so we cannot alienate any voice and say, oh, this voice is not important. Every voice is important to us here.
And that's how also your reports are very important, valid concerns, and do not have the idea that you are just talking or you're just reporting, and maybe you reported yesterday about something and you're talking about, or you won't talk about it today, or you say, what's the point? It's not been resolved or fixed. If you don't keep on hammering on it, reporting it, bringing it on here for the right authorities to hear about it, the one that concerns the government to hear about it, how will it happen? How will that change that you won't happen? Oh, there's no light in my community.
Who hammers more than we do?
Right?
If hammer were to be malleable, my hammer would have broken by now.
Because you just keep
because
hitting
I
it.
keep hitting on it, I keep shouting. Like somebody will say, hit the head on the nail.
Hit the nail on the head.
No, somebody says that
hit the head on the nail.
And the head bleeds.
Whichever way there's nail, there's head.
But a point has to be made.
Yeah, true.
That's the whole emphasis of it. So call in this evening and share with us what your eyewitness report is. Good, negative, somewhere in between.
Yeah.
You can call the number 0810-951-0951. That's the first. And for you to send us a voice note or a text message this evening, we have the number provided for you. You can send it to 0701-933-9962. Let's go to the phone lines and begin to take your...
There's one.
95.1, good evening. Hello, good evening. Okay, let's go to the next caller. Eyewitness report. Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening.
Hello.
It's not aware we're taking his call. Good
Hello,
evening.
good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, please.
So, I am in Silas.
All right.
Silas, you're welcome. Where are you calling us from? Okay, Elele. Elele Alimini, is that not where the road that has gone bad is?
For now, we don't have much. It's only that internal road that the command yes, so we can promise us have not been fixed. It's just internal road. The major is our hospital. Now, not
Hello?
Fix all the health centers. If I let the remember that this has been working, and that matter has been on the news all this while. Let him help us. Let to him to remember that. Another issue is that local government chairman, yes, I heard that Chidilwe have been paying for the NEPA bill. It's not enough, but he has tried for that one. So I just give him kudos for that. Him is for the people. It's okay for us, but let's try more.
Okay. Thank you. At least that's a commendation. 95.1.
Good evening, Ade and Rona.
Good evening to you.
Thank you. This is Nelson from Igrita.
You're welcome, Nelson.
Why? Thank you. While I was complaining about the light, there was a major problem we have been also having at the market junction, market roundabout. The road there. Even the governor passed there 2 days ago, but something terrible happened yesterday. That claim life. Claim life.
Please, hold on. Where again? Where again?
Igrita Market.
Igrita Market.
Yes. A fatal accident happened there yesterday. I didn't remember when I called.
Wait, let me get things clear. Would you get to that roundabout that I think the
Market Junction?
Market Junction. I'm trying to get the description. Is it that place where the right takes you to Eche?
Yes.
Okay.
That is the Market Junction. That roundabout.
Okay.
If you watch now, one lane is completely bad.
People
are not using it. It's now bad to the point that they're only using outside. A terrible accident happened there yesterday that people die. Some die at the spot, some die in the hospital. Please, let our government look. Before this road from the Greater to Sokoto was done, the road was terrible. It claimed the life of a pregnant woman before I make it 50. Please, let our government not be allowing the cities. It's not until when somebody, yesterday you say this one will be pothole and drum hole. This one now don't pass that level. Let them be giving this contract work because Amechi started that contract. We can complete it. This same again, we now do it again. We have passed one part before.
What if this road that you're describing where this incident happened? Okay.
At the market roundabout.
If you're to go on foot, how long would you walk?
Me?
If somebody is trekking on foot to check the distance at which you have the bad spot, how long would it be?
It can take up to 10 minutes.
That means it's much. It's much. It's beyond a drum hole. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for bringing that report, all right?
So we'll note that and see what we can do. We have good friends, Neguruta. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, good evening. This is Fela West. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
West, all right, good to have you here.
Yeah, I want to talk about PH I didn't know my area is, mine has back day,
Okay.
Just load 4,000 within 2-3 days, finished. At least they should try to make the residents know through radio.
Okay.
That this social area has been managed back day,
Okay.
I didn't know, so I was thinking that my meter had problem before I started asking. They say, because I have a 24-hour flight.
Okay.
In my house. 24 hours. Immediately they take it before 2 minutes.
Yeah.
It could be up to
it's
2
restored.
Minutes. Immediately they'll bring it back. But the price is high. Very, very high.
Sure. And the time you did not know, you were thanking God, though.
I was thanking God. I was trying to ask my son, I said, this one we learn, they give us life what we didn't have.
Hi.
So it's almost like
Greek gift.
You don't know that the back here now. I said, no wonder.
So as you're enjoying the lights now, it's almost like as the light is coming, you are seeing what you are paying now.
Look, my sister, the light is good, but the tariff is
the tariff
very
is
high.
too much.
And
Okay.
honestly, you can't on AC. You don't try it.
Yeah, you need to
only
just
fridge
disappear.
And, Sumo.
Don't use AC.
Just
The weather
only
is
fridge
cold.
and Sumo you pump maybe once in a week.
Yeah.
You know, the thing will just consume everything.
Hi.
And the way the meter runs, it runs very fast.
Hi.
You know?
Units is in problem.
They are trying, but at least they should do something about it.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you for bringing your report.
Thank you. Hey,
okay.
That's too much blessings.
You know, with some
that
blessings comes so much it's challenges. Don't bite your tongue, Ade. Sing the Yoruba one the Yoruba version of that song.
Have I told you that I'm a Moyibo?
You see how it doesn't even sound well in your mouth.
It's Onitsha version.
Say it again.
I'm a Moyibo. It's the Onitsha version.
Of what?
Bianne. Take this thing that I'm giving to you and don't complain if it's real or false. Which one is it? Delta. I know that's what it means, but
you have come again.
Let's
take this message. Oh, Igbo. Good evening today, FM. My eyewitness is some of the roads in Port Harcourt. Iwafe Road from Wimpy to Schoolgate is gone. St. John's to Ugbogoro is gone. And the construction work going on is too dull. Chinda Road to Douglas Road is gone. Rumigbo to Obiwali Road is gone. In fact, roads on
Chinda to Douglas. I thought they had fixed it.
Douglas Road.
Chinda Douglas should take you to Town Hall that connects you to St. John's by Ogbogoro also. Yeah. I thought that place had been fixed. Well, I have to visit that area.
And then he says, in fact, the roads on Obiapo local government area are all gone. What's the governor doing? Also, tell those police on Iwafe Road to stop adding fire to fuel. They should leave Iwafe Road and allow motorists to manage the bad road and find their way.
Those police
the hold
officers.
up they cost is something else, Kelvin from Iwafe.
You see those police officers, Rona? Those set of police officers. Yeah, my enemies.
Why now?
Okay, good news here. So, as early as everything was around 7:30 a.m. one morning, a friend just called me, and she always calls me when she's in trouble.
Okay.
Thank goodness I know how to use my radar. She said, Ade, but police just catch me here now. I go show them, say I get person. I said, who you get? Who am I? You know that movie where, what's his name now? Jackie Chan lost his memory. And he was screaming all about.
I don't know that movie.
Do you see movie at all?
I see movies.
Okay,
The kind of movies you watch and the movies I watch are not the same.
Yes,
but go on.
See me,
but go on.
So in that movie, Jackie was screaming, "Who am I? Who am I?"
So that's
the same question I asked her. I said, "Who am I?" When you say you have somebody, so she said, "Kule, I'll give them the phone now so that you speak to them." I'm like, "Am I the CP?" So, but eventually, she had it on loudspeaker, and I said, the only thing I can do for you is to send you control room number so you can make the appropriate entry. Because on that day, these said officers delayed the commercial driver that was conveying her to work. Okay. And the commercial driver insisted that he has all his papers complete and intact. And it wasn't going to part ways with.
So they were still delaying for something else.
So they decided to hold him back. So those set of police officers, there's another one at this room also. Those ones,
flyover.
Spider-Man. They stand in the middle of the road. See, it's not easy.
Doing the job and the job. Doing the job and the job.
The first
or doing
job,
the job and the work.
The first job is in small letter. This other job is in capital letter.
J-O-B.
Yes. So please help
Do
us
better,
help
please.
you. Help us help you. Let's go on a break. Let's see the phone lines are still buzzing.
Very active.
But let's get to reestablish the phone lines for you. So if you're just joining the program, you could know exactly where to take a lead from and contribute. This is the Eyewitness Report segment on today's Connect on your premium talk radio, voice of the people. Today 95.1.
Just keep rolling. Just keep rolling.
You were looking away before, but when
you started calling, because you're calling our identity.
When I was rhyming it,
so I had to pay attention.
Who gave birth to this intellectuality?
You have started. Let me call the numbers, okay? 0810-951-0951. That's for calls. For messages, WhatsApp, regular voice note 0701-933-9962. We'll be back, okay?
in for a journey beyond the ordinary.
Fasten your seatbelt.
We are not just a station, we are the station. Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Education never ends, and we believe it starts even way earlier than most of us think. On Android Gorgie, every Tuesday, 1 to 2 p.m., we unravel these various building blocks and its challenges that make you and I better versions of ourselves. Android Gorgie on Today 95.1 FM.
Looking to grow your business?
Ready to elevate your brand and reach the right audience? This is your moment to take your brand to the next level with Today 95.1 FM.
Your trusted voice, reaching thousands of listeners every single day.
From startups to established brands, we create powerful advertising solutions that boost your visibility and drive real growth.
Our affordable advertising packages are designed to give your business maximum visibility and real results.
Don't just advertise where people are listening.
Call us today on 0818-389-2850 or visit our station to book your slot now at Today FM Drive off East West Road, Obiapo.
Today FM 95.1.
Your voice, your market, your success.
Wake up to today's quest, where breakfast on the radio is full course. We start with some motivation to ignite the spark in you for a great day. Then a full interactive sports show on Sport Attack 6:30 a.m. Unbeatable and concise news reports on the world news at 7 a.m. And our newspaper review segment now 7:30 a.m. Oh yes, 7:30 a.m. The scoops and the commentaries from our esteemed panelists. Today's quest, 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Miss it, you miss out.
Get ready to feel the rhythm, the groove, and the true vibes of Africa. This is not just music. This is high life. From the legends to the latest, we're bringing you the best of palm wine grooves, jazzy horns, and soul-stirring melodies. There was a sound that told our stories, a rhythm that made our fathers dance and our mothers smile. Welcome to The Thrill, a musical journey through time where legends live on and new stars shine. Join us from Mondays to Thursdays, 9 p.m. on Today 95.1 FM for the ultimate high life musical show. Don't just listen, feel the music. High life lives here.
.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
This man that said we're back, we need to look for him.
Why?
I just like what he
The way
did.
he said it.
Yes, we are back.
And we're back.
We're back to take more of your eyewitness report. And this is our letter and vote of thanks to you. So say thank you for choosing us first and for leaving the dial
on
95.1. Adekunle Adejumo is my name.
Rona Agbara is my name.
Oh.
It's my name.
Yeah, you're
so I should sound like you now.
No,
It's my
like
name.
Don't sound like me. The only time you had the license to sound like me was last week. You were dragging masculinity.
No, please, I'm a feminine woman.
Yes, but you were sounding
Oh, that was because my voice was. I had the thing on my throat.
You're dragging masculinity with me.
That's over and done with. Hello, good evening. Yes, please.
Yeah, I was saying before. My name is the Honda Position.
All right, go
You're
on.
welcome.
I don't know where. Please don't defend where. Maxwell working in Today FM. We need to do eyewitness. You know about road. I want to complain now. This is upon a deeper life road. That road helps people a lot. Where they are working, this is over flyover, Patakote Road. Midst of work, go to river station and not it. People that are going to wherever they're going, they then pass through upon a deeper life road. And this Omaru, where they call Omaru Street Road, upon here. And these two roads I'm complaining now help people a lot. If you governor, if you know their chairman then, if you commissioner then, if you have family then, this road now was done by NDDC.
Please,
now, let me thank NDDC.
Where is the closest? Wait, where is the closest? Wait, now, my brother, wait. Where is the closest place to Rumokparali? Because sometimes you call some of these places. If I don't know, I will confess.
Okay. You know Zoba, right?
I know Zoba.
When you get to Zoba, you are seeing Mopanari.
Okay.
Want you to go to program at school. You know a program at school, right?
I would find out.
Opposite a program at school.
Mm.
Look at Zoba.
Does it have anything to do with Cornerstone?
No. Cornerstone
Okay.
is far. After Cornerstone, you get to Mopanari. That flyover now. That flyover to Zoba Junction. You know the flyover, right?
So bad. Okay, it's noted.
I get to Mopanari. Now, they abandoned that road. Now, that road now was done by NGC. We will have access there. We cannot pass with our car, go to our houses. They scattered the road.
What did you call the name again? What did you call the name of the road again? What is the name of the road, my brother? Please. What's the name of the road? You called that road? Aha, Deeper Life from Mopalari Road. Okay.
Yes, they know the road.
Thank you. Go on, please. I'm just taking notes so we can visit that area.
Okay, fine. It's good. That road, they call them upon a Deeper Life Road.
Okay.
They know the road. The whole 23 they know the road. They know the place I'm talking about. Number is Obiapo is Pataco City. Number is the first of Obiapo.
Okay.
Opana means son.
All right.
That road helps people a lot. They abandon the road. People are suffering that road. We don't have the car. We can't pass that road again.
Okay.
We're going to school. That school reading next week.
Thank you. Taking note of that.
The college commission
Of what?
Oh, the chairman. My local government chairman. How many did you this state?
All right.
Okay, it's more fine. Okay,
Thank you. 95.1. Good evening. Ọjọ́ kan pẹ̀lú báwo ni?
It's Cookie Gam Ade.
Oh, Cookie Gam. Good to hear from you again. How are you?
Ade. Now.
Well, Rona is saying good evening to you.
Good evening.
Good evening, my brother, my sister. Good evening.
You're welcome.
Adele,
yes, please.
Ade,
yes,
please. Which you know. Ade.
Ade. Oh, Cookie Gam, the network is not giving much help there. Hello, good evening.
Ade, good evening.
Good evening.
How are you?
I'm very much fine. Rona, greetings to you.
I greet you too. Welcome.
Eto, calling from Roma Hall.
Eto, you're welcome. Is that name Cross River?
Aqua Bomb and Cross River. We are Cross. We are one.
Oh, wonderful. Please go on.
I want to complain about SAS Road. From this, from Twin Sister down to where they call Bishop House. That road has turned to something else.
Is that place still SAS Road or SAS Waterside?
SAS Road. You can call it SAS Waterside as it is. That road is.
What's happening now? Who is tampering with the wire on the other side and dropping these calls? You better respect yourself, because we've done every level of subscription we ought to do. Please respect yourself. I'll send Rona to your office.
We have some messages here that just take them and then we'll get back to your calls, okay? Greetings, my people. The way PhD is giving us light in Rupoku. I never see this before.
Band A.
Also, once you notice and observe that, you always have power. You may just be in that band, you know. He says, for the past weeks now, I don't know where my generator is, but the meter is reading fast.
Oh.
Someone called in and said the same thing, so you already know the group or the category that you belong to from Thank God Ability.
You have been upgraded. Yeah, God will give you the ability
to foot the bill.
To foot the bill. You have been upgraded. So enjoy.
Good evening, Adi and Rona. My eyewitness about the same issue I complained about the other day. If a local government area authority, chiefs, elders, and opinion leaders do not come together and give a stop order to Fulani headers, in the nearest future, Eche would no longer be known as food basket of River State because of the destructions done to people's farms by the headers and their cows. Much people would no longer be interested to farm again from Mav Eche. The havoc these cows they cause
cows.
Yeah.
If you see the way cows
on the road, even.
Where did I go to the other day? One of these flyover or bridge connecting the ring road. If you go through I was heading to Igbo Eche.
Okay.
Chineke. If you see the way cows were taking over the roads with so much confidence, I was scared if I've already exited River State. Because that was my first time around
streets,
there.
Major roads, main roads, on the streets. You see cows coming out from back of people's shops, corners of people's homes, and you're wondering, so you don't, are there not places where they should go graze their cattle?
See, it's a big failure on the side of every levels of government. And I know in some states, in the Southwest, this has been controlled somewhat because you even have the likes of Amotekun, you know, arresting and prosecuting those who are found wanting in this direction. But in our dear River State, I did not know what's going on. Federal government talked about rural grazing initiative to make sure people operate in ranches and all of that.
It really should be. That should be the way to go, because having them on the street, on the road, is very disastrous.
Have you seen a mad cow?
I don't want to see.
Yoruba will say Nama to Yahweh.
I don't want to see it.
See,
because
I had some experience with it back then in one of the popular watersides. If these things go mad
and run into the road,
which run into the road, they attack people.
So
they say it's usually common sense that when it charges towards the person is after, play dead.
How many people can do that?
They do it.
So you play dead, so it thinks the person is dead, and it will move past.
Nama, it doesn't hear anything.
It will move past.
It doesn't know
okay, if the person plays dead, it will walk away.
It will observe
and see that the person
see that truly the person in his own calculation has.
So it will not do anything.
Then it will proceed. But if you move
and shake,
no, if you move, you might be safe. But if you move, you'll be in trouble. Do not even ask for the battle of a cow.
That's very crazy.
A crazy cow. So you can imagine these things on the road with someone's vehicle, and they happen to go off the wire. Otilo.
We don't need them outside, though.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
God bless you, Ade. Good evening.
Lorena Sampson, you're welcome.
God bless you. Aruna, good evening.
Good evening. Welcome.
Bless you, man. Bless you. My name is Lorena Sampson. I'm calling from the city of Abua Udwa in Emago Kudokla. Like what? I want to beg the state government or whatever person in charge in authority from that Eleme junction to that Oyibo, please. Those grasses are at the middle of the road. I don't know what I is welcome with. It's not welcome by me. I am pleading in God's name. You can imagine from that place, that if that place by the left, go see the kind of dump that is on top of that flyover. What is really happening in this state now? This is the treasure base of this great nation. We should treat this state with at least some. We should give this state to at least some respect. I don't like you're treating River State. We can imagine our flyovers at Made. Imagine the money that we pay. We use taxpayers' money to build, to ensure that that place look beautified for network of when it comes to road. Go there. Most of the how would I say the blocks that they use to demarcate the rear motor will not pass. They've already used hammer to break those blocks. Start using the under the flyovers for car park. What is going on?
No, but Samson, no. Are you talking about the car parks initiative? You don't like it under the flyover?
I don't understand. Is the state government aware of what is going on under those flyovers?
Wait, so you remember that we started with Garrison, and at some point it was closed, and they said, oh, there's been an agreement between the community and all of those blah blah blah. But that thing, as we speak, is not just an innocent parking spot. It's also a revenue generating spot. So there's no way the authorities will not be aware of it. These people do not drive around without seeing what is happening, right?
If the state government is aware, no problem, fine. But please let the state government put light under those our flyovers. I am begging in God's name. I am begging. And again, I want to be proud when I will invite you to my clan, which is Abua Odua. Because I want to cook a nunu for you to welcome you and Aruna. That is why I'm begging the state government or my local government chairman.
Okay.
Please, in God's name, restore life for my people. One build health care for my people. I am begging in God's name. Does it mean that my people don't belong to River State government or you producing states that we will not partake in when it comes to security? I am begging. Let's be police station in my clan.
Okay. Samson, thank you. It will be an honor to grace the beautiful Emabakugo clan. I hope I pronounced that correctly. 95.1.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening to you.
Yes. Honor
Samuel, good to have you back here.
God bless you. I want to say this. You know, when you go to church and when others are praying seriously, and you decided to fold their hands, there are certain forces that can lead a particular person
and lean into you
when you have a weaker spirit. And that is just what has happened to River State. There was a spirit tormenting at their state, most especially Abba. Abba was like a refuge tomb being abandoned in the country of Nigeria as if it's no longer existing. But when Abba, a man sent by God, started transforming the state of Abia State, including Abba, River State government were sleeping, and the spirit was turning around which state they can be able to relocate. But there's no way they can settle in Abba anymore because there is transformation there. And that is why you can see that all manner of things is happening in River State because the spirit that was possessing Abba has moved to River State. Okay. It has gotten a soft landing. People possess people, possess the environment, possess the spirit, possess everyone. That everybody in River State is like there is no government. It has become
all man for himself.
At their state. It's quite unfortunate. We should pray hard. And I'm telling you that if the rightful person doesn't come into power to correct those mistakes and chase away that spirit that has dominated River State and kept River State the way it is today, it will be a greater pity for us.
Okay.
God bless you.
Thank you, Anu Samuel.
Thank you.
I've not heard after day one. Let it not be a thing of initial growl. Obiakpo and the exercise of arresting people who are constituting nuisance and also collecting levies that they don't remit to the
council.
Proper quarters, the council. Thank you for that word, Rona. Then, oh my God.
What happened?
Oh my God. Ask me again.
What happened, Adekunle Adejumo?
Thank you for this very rare privilege that you have given me to exercise
Go ahead,
my
just
human
spill
rights
already.
on this platform. According to section, okay. Do you know? When I say do you know, say
Tell me.
No, not like that. Do you know? Good, you're learning. That the areas marked as no parking
Are the areas that
now there they park.
Is that even news at this point?
No, because I don't want to hear tomorrow where somebody will be saying they break my head, oh,
Some people will see radio. The post there that
you
no
come
parking
to radio
and stick drive their cars into it.
You will seek justice, #justice for Chinaka, a driver who plied Rumosi to Alo. Now that you have seen the signs and wonders on the road with the markings and paintings, even though some of those paintings tend to deface our infrastructure, like the flyovers where they marked it, I don't see how it balances. It just scatters the color arrangement. But it tells you something that you don't need to park here. I said last week when I saw one driver, two of them actually, and I actually stopped and asked them, why are you here? You know they see this thing. He said they never start enforcement.
That's the Nigeria thing. That's the thing with us.
So because the council may not be everywhere at the same time,
does not mean that
when some unconstituted council will cancel themselves to appear there, please, I don't want to hear they knock my head.
If only everyone can just stick to the rules, we will not hear issues like this. You think that it's not where, oh, this thing is just written there. It's not written there for...
It's not fancy.
Exactly. It's not just fancy. It's for you to obey. So when you see it, it's not cost you anything to obey and keep yourself safe and your passengers.
We're still taking your eyewitness reports.
There's a message here.
Ade and Rona right here. We will still have to take just one more break. But before that happens, the phone lines are still open. 0810-951-0951. Send us a text message or a WhatsApp voice note using the number 0701-933-9962.
Good evening, Ade and Rona. Please, what's the update about the Gruja power outage? The discussion going on with PHED and the Gruja communities, which you guys have been following up as we are hopeful. Silva Agbo from Port Harcourt.
This is, should we call one of the committee chairperson now so he would have peace? No, at least call him on this program to confirm so that he will have peace.
Don't worry now, they're working on it.
No, because it looks as if we are doing our best.
Right.
Don't make me sound like Nigerian politician.
How do they sound?
We're on top of the matter.
We're on top of the matter, but don't worry, discussion is still going on, and when it finally happens,
part of how you would know it's happening is they will start asking you to pay your bills.
Exactly, you would be the one to even give us the updates when it starts happening.
You see signs and wonders.
Right then, hope you're not complaining about the bills as long as the light is there.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. My name is Goody, calling from Port Harcourt.
Goody, you're welcome. Evening. It's been a while.
Yeah, I saw the word today. Now. You know, sometimes we travel.
Very important.
Okay. You see, I traveled, I got the Gruta market roundabout. The way all these bike marketers, I don't know, some government, some administration will come, they will chase them inside. Before you know, they will flood the road. After some time, they will go inside. Yes, we will be clapping for a Gruta, local government chairman. They are doing fantastically well. People have gone back again. They're no longer along the road. Before you know it, tomorrow all of them will flood again. Even the bike, I don't know why bike people cannot coordinate themselves very well. Keke and the bike. Before you know it, they will cluster the road. They don't even care about the trailer and every other vehicle that is coming. And I went to Eche. And getting to Eche, I discovered that even when they say Eche is a food basket of River State, I begin to wonder
for fufu and gari.
And my brother, even the gari when they talk self, you know, say they import gari. If you see trailer where they pack gari from outside, you gotta ask if person with the food basket, you need to feel belly full yourself. If they go buy from outside, what can make you food basket? Please let people go into agriculture.
Very important.
The way I see trailers from Benue, from Enugu, from Ebonyi. And you see the answer food basket.
But Goody, did you also observe that from the look of things,
yes,
the surface, most of the land in Eche, they still require some level of working on how fertile they turn out to be? Because when I got there, I've forgotten some of the communities now, but I visited Eche and I did travel at a distance. Some of the lands, they don't look like they are set to produce good yields.
Mostly river state land is very fertile. Mostly now, you talk of that of a jail, all this choco inside, they breed them. They are fertile land though. The only thing, you know, let me tell you, for Ile Alimini, they have rice factory.
Rice mill.
Yes, rice mill there. Even Fahoda, their river self. I know a man who used to produce rice there. It will be sometimes it seems as this thing is not productive in this our land. They are. HA can do that. Every other place can do it at mostly different place. But one thing, funny thing is that everybody wants white collar job. Not even white collar job. They want a place, all these politicians, so everybody now is honorable. We never school, we never even hold any position. Because if they follow somebody, they shout honorable. They don't they call you honorable. You go see somebody who will come for radio, I mean honorable this. Who is an honorable? That is what everybody wants. Please go to agriculture, go and farm. Make sure you show us your farm. If what is House of Assembly, you go take operation, show us your farm.
All right,
show
Goody.
us your farm. Councillor,
Goody.
show us your farm.
Thank you. I hope you got some fufu on your way back.
Now they don't give me.
No, now you go buy now. Are you an honorable?
No. I don't really eat for it.
Okay.
And that is why they don't give me.
Goody.
I don't see a table.
Goody, thank you. That's why we also have Greenland. When Kelly sits here and talks about agriculture, the need for it to be diversified, the need for it to stand as an attractive venture, we're not looking in that direction yet. While a lot of people are bothered about AI and all of those things, see, agriculture is also another form of good yielding. If I had access to land in a closer location, and whether mechanized or not, I could remember in one of the places I lived before the land was developed. It was one local government chairperson in Rivers State, previous local government chairperson, that owned that land. He was there to put it to good use. And I own some, what do you call it now? I think the word is heads of plantain. If you see the yields, even without my critical agricultural experience, the last set of harvest I was supposed to make, they drove me away because they saw what was on the farm. So agriculture is actually a very beautiful thing. See, where you work, there's no way you should be ashamed of it. I saw a young man who was working with Riwama. I think it was during the days of Felix Soboa also. And I met him at that site. He was crying. I said, wait up. We say his wife-to-be saw him there as his fiancé. And she was angry that he was packaging his job. I said, what did you tell her you were doing? She said he was into environmental engineering. I said, yes, it's environmental engineering
thing now.
Why are you angry?
It's still environmental.
That's the same way some people feel about agriculture. Please do your job. Do your job. Come on.
Is it about the big names? Get the job done, please.
It's honorable. 95.1.
Good evening.
Yes.
Good evening.
Are they?
Yes, please.
Evening.
Good evening.
Peter, you're welcome.
Thank you. You see this agriculture thing you are talking. If you go to my local government, Abua Udwan, one time local government, Agbola.
I remember.
He has a very big farm. And if you go to his community, you cannot find him there. He is always in his farm. He has a guest house there. He has everything there. If you enter there, you would think that you are not in Nigeria. Yes. You would think that he is not in Nigeria. It will marvel you what he did there. Are you talking of this plantain? Are you talking of cassava? Are you talking of yam? I mean, so many things. Poultry farm. Everything is there. He has invested massively. People are working there. So, in a local government, if we have at least, let's say 100% goes into that, tell me where the hunger will come from. Tell me, in Nigeria here, we don't like famine. But we were told that in America, the richest man in America are farmers. Are they now lie at the top?
No, you're correct. Statistically on point.
Yes. And the Asian tigers. The Asian tigers. Go to China. Go to all
they are
those
still
Asian
brewing.
countries.
They are still brewing tea. They are growing a lot of things. Sometimes when you walk into classic hotels and you ask for green tea, it's their handwork you are consuming. Some of the ginger that are repackaged and all of those things. Thank you, Peter. You made a very strong point. Thank you so much.
My brother.
If you have a spare land that you know we can access, bring it. Let's work together. Let's show you that agriculture is possible. Come on. I took 2 days, Rona. 2 days. No, 2 days in a moving vehicle to tour a farm in Abuja belonging to a private individual.
That big.
I don't want to call the name. If you see the man, if you know what is called La Vida Loca, he doesn't. That is the Reese forest. That's forest trading of agriculture.
Some people look down on agriculture and think that it's common farming. Nothing common about it.
See,
it depends on how you go about it.
It's just money. Why is former President Olusegun Obasanjo still maintaining the Ota farm?
Exactly.
95.1 Eyewitness Reports.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Mama on the line.
Welcome, Mama. Mama, how are you?
I'm very well.
We
and
hope,
you?
That's good.
We hope no one is disturbing you.
Well, they are always there.
Mama, lock
but
up.
don't allow them.
Mama, lock up.
I will not. I won't allow them.
Good.
He that is in me is greater than he that is in them.
Rema.
All right.
Today, at the FCMB branch, Kala, a woman was crying out her eyes. What happened?
Don't say one chance.
32,000 naira just disappeared
from her account.
Yes, she went to customer care and they gave her account details.
Statement of account.
A statement of account, yes. So I cited it and I saw InterSwitch 16,000 plus. InterSwitch 16,000 plus. So what is happening in banks? What could that be?
Mama.
And yeah.
Okay, but when you wrap up, are you done?
I'm done.
Okay, so Mama, keep listening to your radio set. Let's do a little bit of academic and industry explainers here, while we try as much as we can to circumvent the troubles that comes with mentioning brand and their affiliate groups. The thing is, some people may have had treated such a case last year where someone had actually applied for a particular federal government loan. If you listen to MC Kuro and the others earlier, Mary Queen and Justice, they're talking about this NEL fund as well.
Yeah, they did.
The moment you drop your NIN to register for anything, you put yourself at risk. Your NIN is so sensitive that once it gets into any system, as long as it's a legitimate one that is registered with the commission in charge of data in Nigeria, it pops up everything about you. So you may use it to apply for a loan and you think that, oh, I don't chop up, I don't go. By the time the deductions come, even to the 0.0 insignificant,
you'll be wondering how
they will come
is
to
it
the
happening?
lowest infinitesimal and they will harvest it. So that can be a possibility. Why we're not ruling out other things that may happen. Again, one of the problems we have in the banking sector is tracing, but we just hope that the better days will come and they are ahead.
This is where we would wrap it up, right?
Absolutely.
Hi, again, some of those cows you see are owned by some of our community chiefs, and some of them that don't own cows collect money from those that own cows. That's the reason why they cannot talk or do anything, even if you complain to them. The only way is to declare war on those cows if you find them on your farm.
Revelation. But we're not going to do it alone. We'll do
Right.
it with you. 8 p.m. Just after now, a song will come your way because we're not doing it alone.
Yeah.
And after this time, Smith Ukechi Dibia will be joining us on
On the other
security and
side.
you as we discuss security, especially as it ties to election, because we must not lose lives to electoral violence. Election should not be associated
with violence. My name is Adekunle Adejumo.
My name is Dorona Agbara.
Thank you for listening.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
To bring you down. My brother, man, believe in yourself and believe in God. And lie, people, they lie. Then be two, later become three. They run things together, live in peace and harmony. Then certainly the three
Good evening to you, Stu. Thank you so much for staying tuned. It is your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM. Adekunle Adejumo.
Rona Agbara present here in the studio.
And that's the name we would have you listening to throughout this period, and also for you to make a contribution. But we've arrived at segment where we talk about security and you. And we get to do this every Thursday because it's important for you to also stay abreast with developments happening around you as it concerns you and how you can safeguard yourself.
Gone are those days where they say ignorance is bliss. You don't know. It's good that you know what's going on around you, because if you do not know, it's very easy for you to get into trouble.
It's very easy for you to get into nirvana. And that's the other side.
The other side of the
other
world.
Side. So you just have to stay.
You need to know, stay informed.
Because both physically and online will deliver the updates to you.
Of course.
And not from our lips, but from the lips of one who has the currency over it. Talking about Mr. Smith Ukechi Dibia. He's in the studio with us, but not physically, online, because he addresses matters online and offline as well. So he chooses to be online this evening. Good evening to you, Ukechi Smith Dibia.
Yeah, good evening, Ade. Good evening.
Good evening, welcome.
Awesome.
You're welcome.
That's Smith Ukechi Dibia. He is a crime analyst and security consultant. And this evening, we'll get to learn a lot from him, talking about electoral violence and security, the very important lessons to learn from the just concluded Osun State election. But the election was not just concluded, it was concluded with an indelible mark on our security architecture and our respect to the conventions that ought to safeguard the lives and properties of citizens. Because as we speak, some people are still contending with the statistics, but so far, even with an emergence of a governor as re-elected, there is that troubling statistics about 30% who have lost their lives to electoral violence. There are also other cases of pre-electoral violence. But this evening, what exactly are the primary and remote causes of those situations, and why do we have to experience them? Even as we go into the general election, it's important for us to establish that knowledge. That's why we are here. Smith Ukechi Dibia, I'd like to take a lift from there. Electoral violence and our security architecture. What has driven us to this place I can reliably call the brink?
Okay, Ade, thank you once again for bringing this topic. It's actually a very big one. Before now, immediately after the election, I think on Tuesday, I did an article regarding this. And the time will not permit, but for listeners who wants to learn more about what's lesson in Osun State, maybe you should follow my social media. I'll post it later. It's a comprehensive article of about 12 pages. Yeah, I did that article. But let me begin with a very uncomfortable question, like I tagged it in that my article. Yeah, if more than 25,000 security personnel can be deployed for one governorship election, yet electoral violence remains serious concern. Then are we actually dealing with shortage of security personnel, or are we dealing with failure of security intelligence, political accountability, and preventive criminology? Did you hear that question?
I did hear that question, and it is quite challenging in as much as I want to leave it as a rhetorical question, because you did also not capture the fact that more than 20 commissioners from different states were deployed for that particular election to monitor the exercise.
Exactly. That's the question. The question I asked is the question Nigerians must also ask. You know, the Osun election was not simply an electoral event from my own angle. It was just a security operation, like a criminological event. I could also say that it was a test of democratic resilience. Now, let me just lay a background. You know, the security architecture for that election, to me, was actually substantial to an extent. Now, if you follow the reports, you will discover that 25,310 security personnel were deployed. And this they comprises from the announcement 15,000 police officers, 10,000 personnel from the Nigeria security and civil defense, and 100 EFCC personnel were also there. So comprising 25,310 personnel. Now, in the aspect of the police, the deployment has even the specialized unit, it has the DIGs, it has the AIGs. What you're just asking, imagine in an election, that's why I asked that question to ask, are we actually dealing with shortage of security personnel, or are we dealing with failure of security intelligence and political accountability and preventive criminology? What are we actually dealing with? That's that question I asked.
What would be the most uncomfortable position to actually occupy in answering this question?
What for me we are dealing with, we're not dealing with shortage of security personnel. We're dealing with failure of security intelligence. We're dealing with political accountability. That's what we're dealing with. That's what triggered deployment of 25,000 personnel, comprised to the extent of DIG, AIG, to the extent of dog department. I mean, all arms of security personnel were deployed for this election. And if we are actually dealing with shortage of security personnel, then we would have succeeded with deploying this. But what we are dealing with is failure of security intelligence, is failure of electoral accountability. Now, let me tell you that as a security, as the security presence is not just the same thing as security effectiveness. What do I mean? The security presence of those people, those personnel, there is not the same thing as security effectiveness. At the security effectiveness, where you have maybe 10 police officers or 10 security personnel, you could just have a technological drone hang somewhere, and that will cover
doing an area
2,
surveillance.
4, 5, 6, 10 polling units.
Okay.
Reducing the number,
the distribution of manpower. Okay.
That we're going to send. That's why I'm saying that the presence is not the same thing as the security effectiveness. You can deploy thousands of men, women in uniform, and still fail to prevent violence in the security architecture. If only you're working on the reactive side rather than the predictive side. We should begin to think of the predictive security, not the reactive.
Have we not gotten to that point where it can be predicated upon that we have the tendency to think about, just as you have mentioned in your word, predictive security, or tracking and mapping insecurities in areas where there have been, some flashpoints? Because why I'm asking this question that has a thread in its own is that, Smith, we've seen over the years how in preparation for every election, pre-election events would always dictate to the people that violence is imminent. In fact, it has naturally become a part of it. So if we already have a knowledge of that, would it be safe to say that we do not know exactly what we should be looking out for in predicting insecurities in this area? If I'm not mistaken, Osun houses about 30 LGAs, yet the numbers went down. I'll give you more on the ledger, but just to answer that question, do you think it's a matter of having the predictive skills or a matter of actually shying away from the real approaches that ought to help us tackle these issues of insecurity dating to the election?
Yeah, Ade, you know, in that my work, there is a question I ask, and I want to also ask it so I can lead that. I say, why was such large deployment necessary? That's what you're asking also. Now, the answer is found in the pre-election threat environment. Yes. Now, recall that there is this Kimpact Development Initiative. They reported about 73 election-related violence. This I'm telling you is pre-election threat. That's actually where we're supposed to have the predictive security. Okay. Because if in the pre-election threat environment and a tracker, a well-recognized tracker had come to say that we had 73 election-related violence incidents resulting from about 29 to 30 deaths in the pre-election security assessment, which they also have Oshogbo, which they identify as one of the worst hit and all that. And another premium, I think premium newspaper was reporting about 30, and another was reporting about 18. No problem about that. But what we have here is that at least taking the least figure, 18 persons lost their life between May. That's the pre-election matter. And that's because of this pre-election matter, that was what led to deployment of even DIG, AIGs, and all cadres of our security personnel. This distinction is extremely important. As a security analyst, I would just say that I would not simply announce one number. As if now, what I'm trying to say in essence is that for 18 persons died or 30 or 29, depends on how this was reported. That was where the fear or the side of the security personnel to say, okay, we need more security personnel, which for me is not an issue from the area of reactive security. Yeah, but I would have think and assess and suggest that what we would have done is when we have this, or as the report had been made known to us, we would have done what we call risk assessment. In that risk assessment, we have to map out polling units that is on red ratio, on blue ratio, and on green ratio. And if we're able to do those risk assessment, then what are we going to do technologically? We need to have technological devices that we could actually put, and these things are on spy format.
Okay.
Yeah, we could put them even in the polling unit without even anybody knowing, because one, we have already carried out a risk assessment based on the pre-election information and data that we have. So that would have given us that opportunity to do that and plant some of these things before that particular day. And some of these devices actually are solar powered devices. So what that means is that they can actually work for more than 48 hours because they can actually be planted in the places where they could get sun ray.
Okay. Smith, let's stop you there a little. If you're just joining the program this evening, it is Security and You on Today 95.1 FM. And my name is Adekunle Adejumo, doing this together with Rona Agbara. We are speaking with Smith Ukechi Dibia, who is a crime analyst and security consultant surrounding the aftermath of the Oshu State Guba election that has come and go with conflicting reports on the statistics being reeled out in terms of the death toll that actually accompanying that election pre and into the election proper. For example, without sounding political, the APC had alleged that 12 of its supporters were killed within 24 hours, 5 shot dead at the weekend, and 7 more on the Tuesday during a grand rally at the Igbogi area of the town. The Accord Party also claimed that 8 of its members were killed. And, you know, when you begin to tally these figures, you get to see the most troubling part. But before we also come to some other items and open the phone line, Smith, a lot of people are rejoicing to say, oh, democracy has triumphed. We have conducted an election. It's all a success. But does this not look like something that actually betrays the very foundation and trust? Because we're talking about the loss of lives. It means we've not been able to get it anywhere close to being right. Because as we speak, there are plans to constitute committees that would evaluate the cause of the death. Are you sure that we still have a country where things are safe? If 30 in the numbers could emerge from an election, an off-cycle election in one state, what would happen to the general election? Smith, please attend to this question from your security perspective, and then we'll prepare to open the phone lines.
Yes, Ade. It's still that question that they need to answer. Now, why or how did we get here to a point where just an election and we'll have 30 of our young men, and I know that they are youths. 30, if it said it's 29, if it said it's 18, the question is why are we even losing one person for just in the name of election if we have not lost that political accountability and that preventive criminology. So what I'm trying to say in essence is that it is that failure that has brought about this struggle. You know, now because people are not doing the right thing when they are in the position of authority, they try to drag it to the point that brings us to the line of do or die affair. Now people are happy that yes, the election in the Osun State was free and fair to an extent, because it expected that the man of the people, according to them, won. Okay, and nobody is talking about, okay, fine, let me not say nobody is talking about the 18, 30 or 29 persons that died. Thank God that there is also a panel that wants to look at that. But looking at that as a panel is not the solution. Ade, let me tell you that.
On the part of Mr. Smith.
Yes.
On the part of the people who perpetrate this election violence, the youth and some other people who foster this election violence, what do you think the challenge is with them? Is it that they are not sensitized enough? Is it that some of them, they think that's how they can get the victory that they want? Is it that they don't have enough information to know that this thing eventually backfires? What is the challenge that they have, and what best approach do you think would work? Because more elections to come, the general election to come, there may just be a replication of more violence if it is not handled better now, you know, in the elections to come.
Okay, Rona, let me answer this question by bringing you to a criminological theory. There is a theory in criminology that we call rational choice theory. This theory will answer that your question. And now, the first criminological theory I will apply is called rational choice theory. No, now let me tell you, this theory essentially argues that offenders may commit calculated decision based on perceived benefit, risk, and consequences. Now, offenders will commit offense based on the perceived benefits, risk, and consequences. Now, let me apply this theory to political actors. Now, for what you ask, if the youths or if those persons perpetrating this are not thinking. Now, because of this theory, a political actor or higher thugs may ask.
Okay.
That's a rational theory. You will ask, what will I gain if I go to drag or snatch ballot box?
Yeah.
Of course, you know that if a political thug goes to snatch ballot box, he will definitely gain something.
Yeah.
Because the financials we want to compensate him.
Of course, for an action or a job well done.
What is the probability that I will be arrested? And if the probability of snatching
is very low,
ballot boxes that is high, that he'll be arrested, he will not do. But the probability is low.
Yeah. So
he will then ask, what is the probability that I will be prosecuted? All the people that have been arrested and vote buying and all of that, how many have been prosecuted completely? He will then ask, who will protect me politically?
If anything goes wrong.
If anything goes wrong, he will then ask, what is the financial reward? And what happens if I intimidate voters? Now, this is what rational choice theory just is telling us.
All right.
This is why these things keep happening. Because at every point they do it, there is always a benefit. Because they will ask, can I go blow that place? Can I go scatter the ballot box? Okay, now you give them something. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So this is why they keep doing this. And for this to stop,
okay,
it means that the law must come to stand. If the perceived reward is higher than the probability of punishment is low, then criminal behavior becomes attractive. Did you get that? If the reward is higher and probability of punishment is low, the criminal behavior becomes attractive.
All right.
And you can also see that the reward is actually higher than the punishment.
Okay.
I don't know if I answered that.
Yeah, you do.
Mr. Smith, we'll just go to the phone lines very briefly while you also monitor things on the sidelines from your monitoring device, because we know that the listener would want to be part of this program this evening, and also, let us in on what their own perspective is about. So you can be a part of the program this evening. It is Security and You, talking about the lessons that are embedded in the election just concluded in Osun State and the circumstances that overwhelmed, the electoral violence, using the same to actually extrapolate towards the 2027 general election. We've been speaking with a crime analyst and security consultant, Smith Ukechi Dibia, this evening on the program. But you can also call into the program, make your contributions, and ask those valid questions. The number to call this evening is 0810-951-0951. Remember, you can send us a message or a voice note to the number 0701-933-9962. Hello, good evening, and welcome to the program. Hello, good evening. Okay, we go to the next caller, 95.1. Hello, good evening.
Mama, still back online.
Good evening.
Mama, you're welcome.
Welcome. Good evening. Good evening. Mr. Smith, good evening. To APC members, it was a do or die affair. That is why they went with 17 governors and invaded Osun State. So their purpose was to cause mayhem in Osun State, and they have seen it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mama. Let's go to the next caller. 95.1, good evening. Hello, good evening. Call drop situation there. Do not get deterred. Let's keep the calls coming through. 95.1, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening to you.
Yeah, I want to play along with the security experts there.
Okay.
Saying that of a truth, if punishment is remitted to the offenders, it will reduce the number of people who want to take laws into their hands. Because doing these things without seeing any effect of seeing any punishment on it will keep encouraging the people that are being used to do this. And even their bosses will have, because this same punishment should be also remitted to their bosses. Now, because the structure, the Nigeria as a country does not have a structure that has punishment for leaders, they go home free after committing all these things. Those boys that are on the field that they use doesn't have money to buy guns for themselves. I believe that the cost of gun, value it in money, will be what some of those boys can start business with. But they bought these guns and gave it to these boys to use for their greedy purposes. And so we should look at a situation where this country should make laws.
All right.
Yeah, should make laws that will checkmate some of these things.
Okay, thank you. Brilliant contribution. 95.1, good evening, security and you.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening to you.
My name is Goody, calling from Port Harcourt.
Goody, you're welcome.
Right. I needed to add this question. Who are in position, who are in charge to speak to these people? You see, when you cannot settle your matter, they kill, they do, and nobody is taking it up, the matter will just die. And if you discover today, just because nobody is being prosecuted, you know that most people who are doing this thing, they do it because of passion, because of love, because of pity. They want to defend somebody they love, somebody they need, somebody who has been helping them, somebody who has been buying clothes. They talk of vote buying. You see, Nigeria don't have to have their way. No matter what you do, they must have their way. Do you know that some people are even circulating rights, buying clothes now? So maybe you go to a community, you gather people, you buy something for them, you come again, you buy. How can't you influence them? Some people will tell you can't bite the finger that feed you. And whoever that hates you in the time of need, that is the person you will support. And people do not know. They are waiting for that day of election so that they will give money. They are giving them what will entice them. They have enticed them so that on that day, they will vote for them.
Very true.
And you do not know. You think that they are waiting that day, they will give cash. They will give $20,000. They are trying to influence the society, influence the community, influence the local government, influence people.
Thank you.
You see,
Goody.
People should be very, very careful. Let them prosecute as many that are committing violence.
Good points. Let's take some more. 95.1, good evening, security and you.
Good evening.
Good evening. You're welcome.
With my sister.
All right.
Yes. I've listened. I've been. The only problem I have is that the Nigerian politicians talks. They have boards. They have success. You can do anything with them, and then get away with it. What is the work of GSM? Okay, for example, you put money about somebody of ADC.
Did you just ask about the DSS in an election?
Well, because of intelligence reports.
No, but naturally speaking, the DSS ought not to even have a heavy active role during election. Maybe when we get to reconnect back with Smith, he would expand on that.
They're supposed to dictate when this crime wants to be committed.
Okay.
I think that's their work. Yes. Look at what happened in Alohin. They're supposed to have intelligence that people have been treating each other. That nobody should get it. But something like that in his own house and the meeting, somebody went and attacked him. The police and have attacked him. Tomorrow night they will come to the who is questioning the same people. That's how I see it, my brother.
All right. Thank you so much. The contributions coming through this evening, they only tell one thing, that you've been listening. And if you ever get the opportunity to make a change, please do not go down the same path that seems to have been causing us problems. Keep your calls coming through still. 0810-951-0951. We'll get to take some more calls and get to reconnect back with Smith Ukechi Dibia, because we have to wrap up this program, quite early today. Do not forget that you can send us messages on WhatsApp, including voice notes. Do that to the number 0701-933-9962. It is still Security and You this evening on your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM. Let's go back to Smith Ukechi Dibia and find out what he has to say about some of the contribution that has come, through on the program this evening. Hello, Smith, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Very well, we can hear you.
Yes, we can.
Okay, fine. Yes, I've had some contributions. Let me just say that what lessons the security, the security must move from policing unit security to election ecosystem security. Why I'm bringing this is because somebody was asking of DSS and all that. Now, another important lesson is that electoral violence does not begin when accreditation begins. That's where this other intelligence driven policing will enter. That's why I say that we should go off from policing the unit and begin to look at the security ecosystem. It begins during the primaries, campaigns, rally. Let me just say that yesterday I read in the news that a particular guy around Dalo, the house was burnt and all of that. It has begun already.
That's Isaiah
Thomas. So, I think Isaiah, yes, but I know the security agencies are investigating that. But that is why I'm saying that we should begin to look at the election ecosystem security. And the ecosystem security begins during party primaries. It begins during rallies. It begins during political mobilization. It begins during social media propaganda, recruitment of political talks, distributions of weapons, threat campaign, vote buying, intimidation, transportation of political authors, counting and collation, and announcement of results. Now, these are where this begins. So if we begin to look at the election ecosystem security, this will guide us to therefore plan to cover up every security. Yes, but therefore security planning must cover the entire electoral ecosystem. And what are these ecosystems? During the primary, during the campaign, during the political mobilization, just like it has started. So if we plan the entire electoral ecosystem, the security operation, I can tell you, will be designed thoroughly and probably. That's where investigation comes in. That's where even the DSS comes in. Because before now, they must have noticed that, yes, somebody is transporting, a particular unit is transporting a weapon from point A to point B. A particular unit is distributing weapon and all that. This thing does not happen in the election day. It happened before the election day. That is why I say that the lesson we must learn as in the security agency or as a security professional is that we should begin to think of protecting the security ecosystem.
But Smith,
election ecosystem. Sorry.
We have less than 4 minutes. I believe Rona concurs with me on that. To wrap up this particular program. So that would lead us to ask you this question as we plan for a departure on this particular segment. there is that compromise on the side of the operators of security, or supposed operators, or those who are supposed to be protecting the lives and properties of the people. It is not the first case, and it doesn't appear as if it will be the last, where in a true state, security vehicles were seen serving as accessories to electoral crime. And if care is not taken, by extension, it will be of common knowledge to say also accessories to electoral violence. Having that perception working and putting it side by side the trust of the people, what exactly will be the best way out of the situation in 2 minutes?
Mr. Adi?
Yes, please.
In just a simple terms, there is a theory in my profession that is called social disorganization theory. And what that posits to us is that institutional weakness can create an environment where criminal behavior becomes easier to organize. Now, because there is no proper prosecution, if for the previous elections, the law enforcement agencies that participated in one of these or any of these acts were properly prosecuted, and some of them jailed, and you see their names in the electoral database or electoral offenders database or electoral violence database.
Okay.
You can just go to our database and see that 200, 300, 150 security agencies were prosecuted in 2023 election. I bet you, when you want to tell somebody in 2026,
you would have statistics to back the story.
Social disorganization theory is what has brought about institutional weakness. And when institutional weakness is there, it creates an environment where criminal behavior becomes easier to organize.
All right, Smith, this is, it has actually been a robust conversation.
Of course.
And I know from where you are right now, you may actually be having some extension of sight by virtue of, seeing the things going on in the studio here on YouTube. We still have the phone lines buzzing, and to our esteemed listener, we apologize. We may not be able to squeeze in those calls because we have to definitely wrap up the program here. But Smith,
but we'll keep talking security.
In 30 seconds, concluding words on the program.
Yes, Mr. Ade, let me say that the real measure is how, as in the real measure for electoral violence, or the real measure is how many violent incidents we prevented.
All right.
How many lives we have protected.
All right.
How many perpetrators we have identified. And how much confidence we gave the ordinary voters.
Thank you.
That is what we should be asking ourselves.
All right.
Having deployed
25,000
security personnel.
Thank you. So much time spent.
We appreciate you, sir.
Security sector.
Thank you.
What are the real measures?
All right.
How many
Thank you,
violent
Smith.
incidents we prevented?
Thank you, Smith. Thank you. We have to run. On the other side of the clock, the three will come.
Comes up.
And there's so much more. Keep listening to Today 95.1 FM.
Just stay with us.
Yesterday, I made a promise that Dr. Christian Emirua will be right back right here. A man who worked in the system in Nigeria. He was the integrity officer of the Nigerian Football Federation. As we speak, he's in charge of security and, of course, everything that relates to safety in CAF and, of course, in FIFA. He returns for us to continue the conversations that we started yesterday, only on Global Sports Update. My name is Godwin Einakena. Dr. Merwa, I am in your class and I tell you I'm enjoying this lecture. But let's go back a little bit. You talked about our questions you asked. What are our local governments doing about grassroots sports? What are our states investing in? What role are our schools playing? What are our National Assembly, states level, what are they legislating in as far as sport is concerned? what incentives exist for genuine private investment in sport? Even where government funding for sport increases, we must still ask whether that investment is translating into stronger institutions, better infrastructure, athlete welfare, development pathways, and sustainable performance. Now, I take you back to starting from grassroots. Grassroots. Everyone is talking about grassroots. What really is grassroots?
Got it. You know, when we talk about grassroots sports development, a lot of people have the perception that when you talk about grassroots, it's about the organization of competitions at the lowest level. No, competitions actually are supposed to be used to test your developmental programs. So when I talk about grassroots sports development, I am interested in how sports is introduced to that young child in the primary school in my village, to that young boy who is unable to go to school but who loves to play soccer in the community square. Do we have any system to have people available with materials to introduce sports to a beginner, to show them how to kick the ball, to show them how to catch the ball, to show them how to sprint, how to start in a sprint race, to show them how to swim? This, my friend, is what I refer to as grassroots sports development. Do we have a grassroots development roadmap in Nigeria? Do we have a system? I know that we used to have zonal offices of Ministry of Sports and I think National Sports Commission, if I'm not mistaken. And these zonal offices are supposed to actually be working with the various Ministry of Sports in their various zones to see how they can develop sports at the lowest level. You know, I don't know how that is, you know, coming up. I don't have visibility about this. But this is how it should be, really. The national working with the states to support the development of sports at the various local governments in Nigeria by having officials and commissioning some part-time officials that will volunteer in the training and capacity development of athletes from those ground zero level. And it is when we have these processes in place that we can then begin to look at how we can harness, you know, these fresh heads through various competitions that will be organized across the various states. And this is why I said everybody needs to be brought in. The National Assembly, the State Assembly. There must be legislation. There must be needs to create funding, for example, to make all these things happen, to develop facilities, infrastructure. It doesn't come cheap. To develop personnel, identify them for training, it doesn't come cheap. The logistics that is involved does not come cheap. So everybody needs to play their role. But if all the role that is being played today by our national leadership is all about final international competitions, then we have a long road to go, because the international competitions are supposed to be a reflection of what you have done at a developmental level to bring up athletes that will showcase their skills at the international stage. And if you do not have a process that produces these athletes, identify and produce them and nurture them, then you really have no other alternative than what we see today. Getting Nigerians born abroad, trained abroad to represent Nigeria. Why Nigerians at home cannot make the team because there is nowhere for them to be trained, or for there is no process by which they can be identified or encouraged to become podium athletes.
Dr. Emeruwa, I'm one person that has said consistently that what we've achieved as a nation in how many years are accidental successes. They just happen because of the talent pool that we have as a nation that God has blessed us with. And that takes me to your question. You said Nigeria will continue to produce flashes of sporting brilliance because of our talent pool, which is extraordinary. You didn't end there, and this is the part that I like the most. You said flashes of success must never be mistaken for evidence of a successful system. And I agree with you completely.
My brother God, you know, I mean, we're the largest black nation in the world. We have talents every nook and cranny in this country, you know. And as I said in my write-up, that Nigeria will continue to produce flashes of sporting brilliance because we are blessed with extraordinary talent. And of course, the truth is that these flashes of success must never be mistaken for evidence of a successful sporting system. You know, a successful system is not measured by occasional medals. It's not measured by occasional trophies or exceptional athletes that comes in once in a while. It is measured by the structures that consistently identify talent, develop it, support it, and produce, you know, and reproduce success across generations. Until we build those structures, our success will remain moments of brilliance rather than evidence of a sustainable sporting development, you know. And this is where I have the pain, you know, because we more often than not are easily carried away by the flashes of successes that we get, and before you know, it makes all the headlines and it makes us look or feel good. You know, I would call it the feel good syndrome. But the truth is that outside that feel good syndrome, there is nothing on there that can replicate that same experience in the next few years. You know, so this is what I was trying to expatiate in my write-up as well. And we honestly must not confuse the flashes of sporting brilliance as an evidence of a functioning sporting system in Nigeria. We should not confuse that at all.
Now, Chris Emerua, I need you to explain this to the average Nigerian, what you mean by Nigeria has become too accustomed to quick fixes. You said when we lose, we demand somebody's removal. The national team struggles, we demand a new coach. The federation disappoints, we demand another president or executive committee. Here is the key for me, Dr. Emerua. You said, how often do we ask whether the system itself is capable of consistently producing the outcomes that we expect? What do you mean by this? Can you explain this?
Well, let me just give you a simple analogy, all right? What I meant by quick fixes. People feel that the challenge that we have in our sporting system, especially football today, is caused by leadership, which, of course, I mean, I'm not exonerating leadership challenges. So I'm not exonerating that. However, it's far more than that. Let's go back to history. Galadima told Nigerians that qualifying for the World Cup was not our birthright. Late Galadima, Alhaji Galadima. And for that reason, the authorities felt that, well, he is our problem. We need to get rid of him. So we need to bring in Alhaji Sani Lulu Abdullahi. Alhaji Sani Lulu Abdullahi came in, did everything that he needed to do. And the system again felt that, no, Sani Lulu is a problem. We don't need Sani Lulu to come back for a second time. We need to get rid of Sani Lulu. And they got rid of Sani Lulu. We need to put in Alhaji Megeri. Alhaji Megeri came on board. And the system also felt again that, no, Megeri is a problem. In fact, he was arrested when he arrived in Nigeria at some point from the airport and was detained at the DSS office. And he was, made not to continue actually. And as a matter of fact, he was removed. So the system also brought in, we got President Pinnick on board. President Pinnick also came on board. Yes, Nigeria could not qualify for the World Cup. And again, they felt, look, Pinnick is a problem. He needs to get out. So he's out, yes? And then we got, of course, the current president, President Musa, came on board. Now, of course, the Super Falcons had not performed well. The Super Eagles could not go to the World Cup. He is now also considered as the problem. So he needs to leave. So how long do we think that by replacing the leadership of any federation, that would account for us resolving the foundational problems that we have across Nigeria as it relates to sports successes? And this is what I am referring to as quick fixes. A coach can only work with what he has, right? The players that is available. Now, the question we need to ask is, do we have a machinery that is producing good players in Nigeria? Do we have a system that is producing good players in Nigeria? Do we have a system that is producing good athletes in Nigeria? If we don't have these systems, then there's a problem. It's not only the problem of leadership. Leadership is one, but we must also look at infrastructure, facilities, capabilities to identify talents and also be able to groom these talents at various areas across the country. If not, then if we remove whoever is there today and put any other person, you will still have the same problem. This is what I'm trying to explain. That the problem is not only about leadership. The problem also is foundational. If people don't have facilities, if people don't have processes in place to identify talent, nurture talents, train these talents, then there's a problem. If your league is not strong, because there are also no feeders to your leagues. Why are there no feeders? Because the school sports are not coming up rightly. Why? Because there are no facilities, because there are no coaches, no PE teachers, So all these things have a way to add up to the problems that we see evident at the national level, irrespective of the abundance of talents that we have everywhere. Any talent that is not polished and prepared for podium performance cannot do anything. You've seen it, and we have seen where we stood, even before the cancellation of CHAN. We could see, for example, where we stand when we play CHAN, So this tells you that we have a big challenge, which we need to fix before we start talking about successes at the international stage.
Marua, you said something about Nigerians confronting the increasing politicization of our sporting ecosystem. What does this mean?
Well, Gordon, what I mean is that the politicization of sports appointments has significantly affected the development of sport in Nigeria. Because too often than not, appointments are influenced by political considerations, patronage, or personal relationships rather than competence, experience, and a clear understanding of the sports ecosystem. The consequence is that we sometimes put people in positions where they have to make highly technical and strategic decisions without necessarily having the institutional knowledge required for those decisions. This creates discontinuity. Every change in political leadership can bring a new direction, new priorities, and sometimes the abandonment of programs that were already being developed, So it also weakens accountability, because when appointments are primarily political, loyalty can become more important than performance. So sport federations and institutions may then spend more time managing political relationships than developing athletes, strengthening grassroots structures, improving competitions, and building sustainable systems. So as we speak today, Nigeria has enormous talents. Our challenge has never really been the absence of talent. The challenge is building institutions capable of consistently identifying, developing, and supporting these talents that we have. We therefore need to depoliticize technical and professional appointments as much as possible, establish clear competency requirements, strengthen institutional governance, and allow qualified professionals to manage sports within a transparent system of accountability. This is all I'm trying to say in essence.
Take two, definitely one more to go. Tomorrow, Dr. Christian Emerua and yours truly will return only on Global Sports Update. My name is Godwin Irakana. God bless Nigeria.
Say no to the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary, because we are the voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM.
95.1 FM.
All the way with me, all the way with me. Tonight.
The groove and the true vibes of Africa. This is not just music. This is high life. From the legends to the latest, we're bringing you the best of palm wine grooves, jazzy horns, and soul-stirring melodies. There was a sound that told our stories, a rhythm that made our fathers dance and our mothers smile. Welcome to The Thrill, a musical journey through time where legends live on and new stars shine. Join us from Mondays to Thursdays, 9 p.m. on Today 95.1 FM for the ultimate high life musical show. Don't just listen, feel the music. High life lives here.
Hello, bello, hello, bello, hello, bello.
What for your handwriting? When this song was going on Lake Jim, and I was just looking at your handwriting
Mine doesn't change
that you
it.
scribbled somewhere, and I was like, oh, Jim.
It's fine.
And you look at my own.
The difference
It's
is
like
clear.
your own is like what do they call this font type? Times New Roman.
There's one entering my head. Oh.
No, just let's start with the one that comes to mind easily. Times New Roman. Then my own is like those strange ones. Levrosa Caesar. So oh, Chim.
You can maybe. Do you think you want to change now to have finer fonts?
You want to teach me?
I can't do that though.
Not for free?
I can't even do that. How do I tell you to hold the pen? How
you hold my hand.
Oh, okay.
You don't heard that song that they said, hold my hand?
That's a lot of work, Ajay.
It's simple. All you just have to do is to apply through the relevant authorities.
Teach you calmly. If I hold your hand, I'll break it.
Okay. I don't want to learn any longer.
No problem. So let's leave it at that.
So let's thrill you.
Yes, let's thrill you this evening. Welcome to the Thrill on Today 95.1fm. My name is Rona Agbara.
And I am Adekunle Agbara. Okay, Adejumo actually.
You want to become my brother?
Well,
you want to give me my last name?
It would have been easier. No.
A woman giving a man the last name would mean what? Would mean that what?
You want to break the record. That means we would now become topical matter for MC Kuro
I tell you
and
for
Mary
free.
Queen.
We will not hear the last of it. Anyway, that's not what's happening. I was going to say that this song, I would need an interpreter for this song. If you maybe know any of the meaning of some of the Nekochi, you do well to, when you call in, just, chip in that, okay? And what are we talking about this evening on the through? We're chipping in something that, not chipping in actually, we're trying to analyze something that happened. And it just, when I saw the video, I'm like, really? Ade,
Gen Z's.
No, don't do the age thing. Hold on, Ade.
Gen Z's is not an age something.
It's not about a generation thing. Because some people in the older generations can still behave that way. Are you serious? Some people in the older generation can still behave the way that young lady behaves.
I totally disagree.
It's not a generation thing. I think that
by the time we fling open the phone line for our people to contribute
and say what they think,
you would notice that the older generation would not do that.
You would also
the older generation of my kind, the other generation of the millennials, and any other type of generation, the baby boomers.
Okay,
they won't do it.
You would also notice that some persons will tell you that some attitude.
Do you know what you saw?
Do you know what? It's not a generation thing. It is a person. It's about a person.
Auntie Rona,
right?
Auntie Rona, wait now. If the sequence repeats itself,
it becomes
by virtue of the fact that we now have social media, which avails us the opportunity to allow these information that would have just happened in secluded corners explode in our faces and onto our screens. So we are seeing more of it.
And for a particular generation.
Again, this is an advantageous generation where you have opportunity to learn certain things without necessarily being told by an elder. The internet is an elder already.
All right.
But at the same time, it looks as if the prevalence and availability of the internet to this set of individuals, I go at it again, Gen Zs and the Alphas, it makes some of them to become dormant and dull.
Okay.
Simple explanation.
Okay.
Why would we have repeated cases of flagrant abuse of norms and commonsensical social ethics? It's not there.
But do you think that when it comes to ethics, respect,
before we go on, establish to the listener
what we're trying to talk about.
It should not be as if
we're just someone is wondering what's going on.
Before you even go further, they'll start shouting Gen Zs.
All right, hold on. So we're going to go through what this conversation is about, and then there's a video, a recording that you would listen to, so you know where to get your angle from and the contribution that you'll be given. Now, the video circulated about Tony Elumelu. Yeah, before I now say that thing now, to be like I'm part of her, right? A viral video which featured a young woman who casually addressed Nigerian billionaire businessman Tony Elumelu. I mean, he's a popular name. He's an household name at this point, right? So this lady casually addressed the Nigerian billionaire and businessman Tony Elumelu as Tony. She casually addressed him. She wanted to ask him a question, and she addressed him casually by calling him Tony. Now, during the conference, I think an interactive public session, this lady said, "Good morning, Tony." So it was more like a formal setting, let's say a gathering, an interactive public session or conference with a lot of people interacting, and then you have people on the stage or panel or whatever. This lady addressed him casually and said, "Hi, Tony." Good morning, Tony, actually. And then she repeated it because he was trying to make joke of it and said, "Tony." She repeated and said, "No, I said, good morning, Tony." And that's how she addressed him. He immediately stopped her. I mean, Tony Elumelu stopped her, stating that he does not subscribe to casual addresses like that. He says Oyibo lifestyle. Because there's the idea that the Western people, they address older people by their first names. Some of them call older people by their names. But over here, I mean, the African thing, we address people based on their age, title, position. You know, we accord respect based on people's age, title, and stuff. It's an African thing, cultural thing, a respect thing, right? But over there, people, you know, can call very, you know, older people by their names. So she responded, she casually referred to him as "Good morning, Tony." So Tony Elumelu said that he does not subscribe to casual remarks like that, the Oyibo life. And he said he prefers to be called Mr. Elumelu or TOE.
The same Tony that has
chairman.
children overseas.
Yeah, or chairman.
Good.
Say, refer to me as Mr. Elumelu or TOE or chairman. Then she corrected herself and said, "Good morning, Mr. Elumelu." And then she asked
on the
her
face of that
question.
girl?
Hold on now. Are they calm down? Okay, calm down.
Women
And then she
supporting
corrected.
women.
No. I'm not in support of anybody, but I want to get your opinions about it. Then she corrected herself and said, "Good morning, Mr. Elumelu." So the exchange was the woman, you know, she just said, "Good morning, Tony."
Which
in a
woman?
formal set, the lady, okay, the girl said, "Good morning, Tony," you know, and his response was he corrected her. So that video has been circulating, and people have had a lot of banter about it.
Let's also
play the recording
so that you feel the atmosphere of what transpired. I am in the business of communication, and so are you.
Okay.
There is something that the textual detail of your tone does and gives you away.
Okay.
The way she said it was, she was thinking by sounding, "Good morning, Tony." People would applaud and say, "Oh, tish."
Okay, so let's listen to that recording and let's hear what you think about it. And before we open the phone lines, we'll also have this conversation because Ade is trying to say that it's a generation thing.
It's a generation
But I am
thing.
saying that it is not about the generation. It's about the person,
Have you read
the
the comments trailing
personality.
this particular
You know that
video?
other people can still behave.
Generations that are applauding her.
Other people can still behave that way.
It's
Now,
stress.
the question we're asking on this matter,
No,
I mean, after listening to the video, is: do you think that the way she casually addressed him is disrespectful, or it is just confidence?
Do
like
you also
she's a
think
confident
that that's the
person?
only girl that has asked, or human being that has asked a question at that conference?
No, of course
she
not.
didn't follow tradition.
Of course not. Now, some person may feel. Do you think, now your opinion is, do you think that her response or casual address of Mr. Tony Elumelu was disrespectful, or it was just confidence? You know, some people may also say that confidence means not being intimidated by anybody, no matter their class, their position, their status, or age.
You might get overly confident to the extent where it will now be accompanied by some levels of foolishness.
That's why I would want to know when to draw the line between respect and confidence.
Apply brakes for me.
Okay.
Don't be too much in a defense.
All right.
Now, if this lady had not said that thing in her opening statement, it would have been a different thing.
Okay.
Because even in those foreign climes, the easiest association of title is the Mr., Miss, and Mrs.
Okay.
Even in corporate settings. If she had said, "Good morning, Mr. Tony," or Mr. Toe, as he loves to call himself, and she goes ahead and midway, maybe there was something light mode that she needed to then inject into the conversation, and she goes on with the Tony.
Okay.
You may have understood that, okay,
so let's
something has been established before then. But in this regard,
that's the opening
do you know
address.
I've actually sat on a panel
to
interview people, and you had this set of Gen Zs walking.
Okay.
Guess what they saluted?
What?
Good morning, guys. And I looked at her and said, come,
good morning, guys.
Who's your
in
guys?
a formal setting like that?
Yes. Who's your guys?
You don't. So that's why you're emphasizing that it's a generation thing, the Gen Z thing.
Yes.
So what if that lady was not a Gen Z?
Would you that?
She looked. There's some people who look small, young. They look very petite, but they are older.
Forget.
She may not even be in her 20s.
Have you forgotten I'm somebody's father?
You're not somebody's father. Anything.
There's something we call dendrology.
You can
look at a tree.
Yeah, somebody's father.
And you can tell how old that tree is. So I can look at.
But looks can be deceiving. You know, looks can be deceiving.
Looks can be deceiving, but not this particular book that we're seeing.
You are judging the book by the cover.
I'm not judging the book. The cover is torn.
Okay. Let's listen to this recording and let's hear what you think about it much later when we open the phone lines. Please stay with us.
Good morning, Tony.
Tony.
I said good morning, Tony.
Okay, no, you won't call me Tony. I'm not those people. You call me Miss Elumelu or Theory. You won't call me Tony or Chairman. I don't subscribe to that kind of Oyibo life, okay? All right.
Good morning, Mr. Elumelu. So my
you.
question is, how do you know if you are to keep... Good morning, Tony.
Tony.
I said good morning, Tony.
Okay, no, you won't call me Tony. I'm not those people. You call me Miss Elumelu or Theory. You won't call me Tony or Chairman. I don't subscribe to that kind of Oyibo life, okay? All right.
Good morning, Mr. Elumelu.
Thank you.
I think.
All right.
You've listened to it.
Yeah. If you've listened
now,
to it.
if that
she
lady
corrected
was
herself.
socially sensible enough, she'd not correct herself anything.
She corrected herself and said, good morning, Mr. Elumelu.
No, I don't like what you're doing.
But she did. No, I'm not supporting.
Are you sure if you're at that conference, you not put up a defense for this girl?
No, what she did was outrightly wrong in a setting like that.
She did not correct herself.
She did. She said, Mr. Elumelu.
No.
He corrected
this thing again.
He corrected her.
Until he said, you can
you
call
will
me
not,
TOE,
yes, you will not call me Tony. Or Mr. Elumelu.
He would not. That was when she corrected herself. At the point where she would have known if she had proper social ethics that she had goofed. Was when he tried to understand what she had said, thinking maybe
and she repeated it
exactly.
And she said no. I said
that,
good morning.
I know
Tony.
what I'm saying, Tony.
Okay.
Come on.
At this point now, we're trying to find out your opinion on. Do you think that casual address is?
Can you walk into any community and go and address one elderly? The Tony we're talking about is
just confident.
It should be in his early 60s or late 50s.
And there's the part where if it was an informal setting and maybe it was more like a casual talk because Tony Elumelu has gone for interviews with there's a lady they call Koti EO and I didn't really watch that interview, but if it was a less formal setting and she addressed him as
don't do that.
TOE. No, I'm saying
TOE is different.
Hold on now. Because that's not the formal address of Mr. This or Chairman.
That one he wants.
Yeah, if she had
like
addressed him as TOE, good morning TOE, it would have made more sense than just saying Tony.
TOE is a title. And
Tony just felt like she was talking to a street boy.
On certain interviews, even as journalists, when you find a more advanced person, if Peter Doche should walk into the studio today,
you now say
there will be a different
evening,
atmosphere for you to address him.
Of course, everyone
no
should
matter how
understand that.
placed you are. So, where I'm from, in Yoruba land, formal or informal, you can't look at an elderly person and say, Yatoyi. For a young person of that range,
and the person is old enough to be your parent,
you're not saying Yatoyi. Ekaro. They will call you back.
And you know, in our culture, we do not address people by their names, especially when they're not in your age grade or age bracket.
This girl lacks home training.
And we should also know where to draw the line between confidence and respect.
When you don't listen, do you know that? To tell you where some of these generator and the rest have gotten it wrong. The other day, we're on this show, Mr. Smith was giving some advice that, when you're in a vehicle, do not focus on your phone and all of that. I boarded the commercial vehicle with a very young lady. And I was telling her, madam, can you please focus on the journey? Put your phone away. It's already late and I don't do it. She just looked at me. In my head, I was like, if my last born was here, she would have.
And then I started again.
She would have shown you that daddy did not come to play. So, but that is what we get.
As I was saying, in our culture, we accord everyone their respect. Of course, she should have accorded him the respect. First off, by age, you're not mates. By position, you are not anywhere close to his position. By title, you should not address it that way.
You will hear what some of the elderly people who, by virtue of listening to this program,
and some people say respect is reciprocal.
More than one, twice, thrice situation of this nature.
Respect is reciprocal, like you know, respect is reciprocal, but then you should know where to draw the line. But then again, I also want to say something. You know that informal settings like workplaces, offices, we don't do that, Mister. When it comes to colleague, your colleague may be 50 years old and you may be in your 20s, but you know, in workplaces they do the first name basis. Because you imagine calling your colleague uncle this.
Let me tell you,
auntie that.
From what
uncle this.
Aside from what that social ethics of a Yiboism may want to speculate to you, even your common sense is telling you at that point that
you should know where to draw the line. Exactly, you should know where to draw the line. You should know how to address people properly.
If a person insists that they don't need either of the Mr., Miss, or whatever to their name, your brain is still telling you that there is a correctness to a position you should take.
True.
Somehow, you even find a way to flip those titles somewhere in between your conversation
you just put in some time to time because...
And they know they need it, but they are trying to operate as the most accessible humans to you. I can't tell you about how many times some people come at me and say, Saturday, and I say, oh, please, just a day.
I'm trying to imagine calling your boss by his name, especially when you know that this man would not tolerate you calling him by his name.
This was a very nucleated setting, a very small setting. It can also raise imagination and question of,
maybe why would she have the audacity to call him that if they were not maybe more familiar than this?
Need to be schooled. If you open that phone line now, when we do, to ask our listener, many of them who sit in front of their homes, maybe by way of being elderly and the rest of that, they will tell you of how students who go to school no longer find it comfortable to greet. That's why today, even you as Rona, if you pass on the street and a young child salutes you on our way back from school, you will find it as something that everyone has not recorded before. Because it's now becoming a rare occasion. Whilst before now, when we're returning from school, we argue over who
greet everybody on the road, from the junction to your house.
It's a dysfunction.
Right? My point is, everyone should just know.
They're no longer taking care of families. They are only taking care of pets as children.
Respect is now, to an extent, not taken seriously anymore. People just see things casually. But I think that everyone should know where to draw the line. There are times where you can be informal, but you should understand people, understand age, understand their level, position and stuff to know how to respond to people. Imagine calling your father. Would you call your father by his direct name? Would you greet your father in the morning and say, good morning? Maybe your father's name is David. Good morning, David. You wouldn't dare.
When we were growing up,
you would not dare. Some people even call their father sir.
My analogy from
Sir. You can't even call your father Mr.
Entrance? That's where my dad would hang his koboko. No problem, Just stand up and say to him, Adejumo, good morning. No problem.
Good morning, David.
You will go and sleep, but at night, the angels will wake you.
You won't even go to bed. But we'll do a short highlight break, come back from that one. The question we're asking is, when it comes to how do you draw the line between respect or disrespect and confidence? You know where something becomes disrespectful and when something is born out of confidence. Casually addressing a man as big as that by his name directly, is it from a place of disrespect or it was just confidence showing itself? After the song break, we'll open the phone lines to have you join in and give your opinion. Just stay with us.
shele agaga. Abratabu chumu kumane kuma, ekuma kamu jagamba. Odoko buwe odoko shele agaga. Demo benu le mamu o eluaye. Demo benu le mamu o, eke benu le mamu, eke benu kulumu o. My brother be kulumu o. Onye na dego jogere powere. Onye na dego jogere powere. Onye na di nego jogere powere. Odoko chinole agagano. Onye dogo jogere powere. Onye na dogo jogere powere. Onye na di nego jogere powere. Odoko chinole agagano. Ababebu chumu kumane kuma, ekuma kamu jagamba. Odoko buo odoko shele agaga. Ayana dogo
Matter between the lady or the girl and Tony Lumelu that she addressed him casually as Tony. Good morning, Tony. You know the name you would use when you want to talk to maybe your friend, your age mate, your younger brother. You know how you casually just address them. Even with those people, you should also give them respect, even if you're older. But let's say someone older, someone in a position that you haven't attained, someone in a level and a class of his, should he have referred to him casually like that? So we're asking the question of how to draw the line between disrespect and confidence. So in her casual address, do you think it was from a place of disrespect?
Imagine if that
From
girl
a
was
place
addressing
of
Tosin, who
or
mentioned
confidence.
that Nigerian youth were not employable.
Yeah.
And they led the rescue. Have you forgotten that?
And in a formal setting like that,
skills
is that how you
is
would
also
address?
part of your CV.
Is that how you would address someone like that? Can she call her father by his name and say, "Good morning, David," if her father's name was David?
By that time, she would
Or
just,
her boss. Let's say she's working in the company or an office. If she was his employee, now you don't even have to be someone's employee to accord them respect. There's the respect that comes with the person's age. There's the respect that comes with the person's position, title, and office in life. You should just give them that respect. It will not take anything from you. It doesn't make you less confident or doesn't make you intimidated by them. You're just doing due diligence. Let's hear your opinion on the matter. 0810951091. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. Go on, please. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Hello, are you there? Okay. Hello, good evening. Hello? We're taking your call. Go on.
It looks as if we're having some connection problems there. Let me try again.
Okay. Hello?
Yeah, Mr. Kaka's calling back again.
All right. Go on, please.
Yes. That's Mr.
Tony Lumelu? Yeah.
Does he occupy any position like in the government? Is he a governor, president?
He's not a
No,
governor.
he's a corporate person and he owns conglomerate of businesses.
Yeah, the very popular UBA bank that we know.
He's just a businessman.
Yes,
Hello?
yes. He's a businessman. Yes.
I'm trying to play Trump. So, what kind of clothes was he wearing when you were saying that?
He was dressed formally
He was dressed formally. He was part of the people funding the said meeting.
Yeah, the interactive session and conference.
You know, it's a skill acquisition program.
So, do you think she shouldn't have responded, addressed him like, "Good morning, Tony"? Do you think it was disrespectful or was just her expressing confidence?
Yeah, is it not? Tony, is Tony not his name?
So you don't think that you should accord respect when addressing people, even if that is the person's name?
So the good morning that was attached to that name, was it not respect?
Okay. All right.
I wonder the kind of big men we are producing these days.
All right. So in your opinion, it wasn't disrespectful at all? In your opinion, she was not disrespectful by addressing him as "Good morning, Tony"?
There was nothing like disrespect there.
All right. Thank you.
There was nothing like disrespect. The person greeted you and called you by your name, and you are.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Hello. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Yes, my name is Sunday. From Sakotia.
Go on.
See, some people don't know how to BS. I will go back, take you back to 1999. As illiterate as I am, I took a bookshelf to NNPC, not this present NNPC, NNPC before. I saw a big man in his own office. The man called me, just greeted me, "Welcome, sir." You see, because that man don't know anything concerning bookshelf, that's to form bookshelf, I'm the one that knew it.
Okay.
So he gave me the respect, say, "Good, well, you are welcome, sir."
somebody
Alright.
enter lift to me too.
Yeah.
So I don't really know how some people just claim me anyhow.
Okay. So in your opinion, that was disrespectful. All right, that call dropped. All right, let's take another call. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Welcome.
Yeah, my sister Queen. This Honorable Chris Okri. See, I didn't see anything disrespectful. At times people just call me, Chris, come. So how would I feel disrespectful? Like many people that do hear my name, Honorable Chris Okri. The day one of them noticed me at he thought that Honorable Chris Okri just somebody like
Honorable Chris.
Hello.
Would you have, let's say by estimation,
A 5-year-old.
you are like 50 plus. Would you have a 20-year-old call you Chris casually?
You wouldn't mind?
No, see, if depends the tune.
The
depends
tone.
Depends the voice you use. If you just say, come here, Chris.
No,
Hey,
if
I
the
know
person
that
says, good morning, Chris, even if the person greets you, good morning, Chris, a 10-year-old see you walking on the road and say, good morning, Chris, would you find it funny? Would you wouldn't mind? You wouldn't see it as disrespectful?
Okay. By age, that one is disrespectful.
Okay, the
But
person we're
if by-
talking about,
if
the age, they're not age mates in any way.
Okay. I thought it's just in occasion. You just want to address somebody, casual somebody that you just met.
No, she was asking him a question in a panel. I think it's
He
a
was a
conference
facilitator
of the conference.
And by virtue of some other, entrepreneurship program that they are doing, she knew who he was.
So was it confidence or disrespect?
No, he could have used either Mr. or Sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Because he corrected her and said,
It's
you
like
would not
you
call
meet
me
the
Tony.
NDDC chairman
And
when
you
one
call
of these
him
empowerment, like, good morning, Samuel.
Yeah. Or you call his son name.
The way she even said it
like she was talking to her friend.
Suggested to her
that
if she knew very well about
and there's no
social
way she
ethics,
doesn't know him.
she would have picked up from where he said Tony.
And correct herself and say, good morning, Mr.
But
whoever.
she had a flawed reasoning of social.
And he gave her options. You could call me Mr. Lumelu, TOE, or chairman. So imagine calling someone in that position by his name and just say, good morning, Tony. It sounded like she was talking to her friend.
An African is an African still. As long as
and that's why I said our African thing is we don't
about respect.
Yes, we don't do that first name
I wouldn't
thing.
be surprised tomorrow somebody call and say, oh, our youth are losing the grip.
Hello, good evening.
Yeah, come back. My name is Chooks.
All right, Chooks.
If that girl just what the girl the lady displayed is a level of stupidity and ignorance.
Okay.
What she showed, for me, I see it as somebody that has a very poor home training. Are you hearing me?
Okay, go on.
Yeah, the home is too poor. If she works in my organization, let's say I'm the boss, and I brought her in there to do that interview for me.
Yeah.
I will sack her that day. I will sack her, pay her off.
Okay. All right.
I will sack her. She for me, I feel that you almost destroy what. Let us assume there is something that I want to get from Tony.
Yeah.
There's something I want to get from Tony.
And you casually address him like that.
Yeah, that she's the one that will present that thing to Tony, for Tony to do that thing for us. Now, Mr. Tony is correct me.
She did not even say Mr. Tony. She said, good morning, Tony.
Yes. And because of the way she did that, Tony can get upset and feel that maybe this program or event is organized to this.
He was even calm about it. He calmly corrected her.
It was calm for the camera.
Yeah. So
there's that.
And one of the things I believe that she wants to make headline. She wants to be on the news. She wants us to talk about that. We're talking about
and of course, she's on the news now.
Yeah, she's showing stupidity. Yeah,
right, please, wording,
language, please. All right. Thank you for your opinion. Hello, good evening. Hello. All right, that call dropped. Please dial again. Good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, please. Good evening. Welcome.
And the other person is
You're welcome.
Go on.
Good evening.
Please, after I didn't know because I was busy these days and I didn't know that something like this is trending. But after you said it on the radio, you played the voice note. I quickly went to YouTube and I searched and I saw the girls about either early 20 or a teenager addressing Mr. Tony, just Tony, and he was not feeling any remorse. See, my name is Kinan Konekabari. See, the Oyibo or white men that we are copying, when it comes to a formal setting, they don't behave like that. I've been listening to them. But look at a formal setting. You are addressing a man that your age times 3 might not reach. You are just addressing the person so casually, and some people are supporting that there's nothing wrong with it. See, for Christ's sake, we are Africa and we are unique.
Okay.
Apart from that, the age alone will tell you that this person is older. I'm supposed to accord some respect to that person.
All right, thank you.
We Africa and our unique culture have to be preserved.
All right.
I don't know how people
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Africa,
you.
we're Africa. We agree on that for the good reasons. Hello, good evening.
Hello. All right. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Yes,
good evening.
This person in question, Johnson Ekene is my name, that asked this person the question. Is she a journalist?
She's not a journalist from all indicators now. She's probably a participant because she stood up in the midst of the crowd.
Okay. If she stood up in the midst of the crowd to ask the question, then let us see it as somebody who is trying to take confidence by force.
Okay.
You know, yes, because the fear of speaking in the crowd may intimidate her to say, let me act briefly, to be a brave person in order to overcome this crowd that I am right now witnessing.
Okay. All right.
Now,
okay.
Yes, you want to say something?
No, we're waiting for you to finalize so we can go to the next one.
Now, another issue is that if she didn't pass through this process, it means that the home brought up, both from the secondary school, primary and secondary, she didn't learn anything.
All right. Thank
she
you.
Did not learn anything at all.
Okay.
That will warrant her to jump up.
To just
to
address
an elder.
Address an elder
Africa,
like that.
Yeah, in Africa where she belongs to.
Okay. Thank you.
She's supposed to know that that is not the way we address
not
ourselves.
Appropriate. All right. Thank you. Thank you for your opinion. Hello, good evening. Yes, please.
Please, it's not African something.
Okay.
Let me put through. 2014, after I left Abuja, somebody gave me a number. I went to Bayelsa, not knowing that is the particular man I'm looking for. The way I greeted the man, the person is I'm looking for. So I mentioned the person's name, Aturuso name. At the end of everything is the one. You see, the greeting I greet before, I regret the person too. Because the person just was simple dressing, short, come back with it. So it's not African of it, the way of behavior.
Yeah, okay.
It's not African of it.
All right, thank you.
Let me say this quickly. I just saw, another of one of my, respected individuals within this space made some comment around this thing, and people are saying, someone that is not your buddy or your friend, you just wake up or you stand up and you call them by their first name, as the case may be. See, those people were, a copy would always make you a cat. I heard that from somebody earlier today. As long as we're doing this copycat syndrome, it will take us nowhere. Why is it that we cannot think for ourselves as a people and begin to learn to distinguish between what works in our culture and what does not? So if it's not something that is imported from United States of America or the UK, it is not a norm. It is not a proper thing to do until they say, oh, they're doing it there. Bring it now because you're speaking English language. Please, we have a culture
we have a root
that is ingrained in respect. And we must keep it.
And then again, the idea that people feel when you acquire more respect, it makes you less of yourself, or it means that you are not confident. It's
nobody
false.
should get like the agbero on the road.
It's false.
That does whatever
you can respect someone and still be confident in yourself.
Let's forget all these things that we're trying to ridicule
Addressing
ourselves.
somebody properly does not make you doesn't mean you're intimidated by the person.
You should learn to read the room.
Exactly, read the room.
You should learn to read
if a
the
setting
room.
like that, you should know how to address people. If it was like I said, if it was an informal setting, maybe it was just a casual talk and people were just you read the room and saw that okay, this is informal, you can be free to express yourself and address people casually, then you can address someone casually and to not be an offense. But a setting like that, and you are responding like, because there are people that you meet just by looking at them, you should know that if you don't know their name, or let's say you don't know their name, what would you not call them? Would you say hey? Would you say hey, I'm talking to you, hey? You would use the Mr.
Tony Elumelu has traveled,
and she knows who he is. It's
and
not like she doesn't know him.
He has experienced cultures. He knows where to draw. In fact, that's the reason why he had to balance
Let's
his
take
emotion.
this call. Hello, good evening.
Hello?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I want to ask, you mentioned of a culture.
Yeah.
Is it Christianity African culture?
Is Christianity a culture?
Of course. It's a white man's culture.
Well, it's
good. It's a religion from white man.
Okay. It's a religion.
Africans.
Brilliant. And how are we faring?
But then again, you know, you have a choice to. It's not. You're not forced into it. Yes, it's a choice to go with that culture. If you want to call it the white man culture, it's a choice to go that way or go the African culture. But there are some things that are just appropriate.
Are you still there?
Okay, the call dropped.
I would have loved to hear the last.
Let's take this message. I greet you, duo. I just stumbled onto the conversation. The westernization or globalization of Africa is so sweeping, such that the moral values we grew up on have become some kind of shaft driven by strong wind. Respect for elders, irrespective of social status, is not taught at homes, and parents are culpable culprits. Friday Olu from Uniport. Maybe we'll just wrap up with 2 or 3 more calls, as the case may be. Hello, good evening.
Good evening. My name is Mr. Randolph Shadrach, calling from
Shadrach, you're welcome.
In our African country, I think we do respect the event. It's very, very bad and unacceptable for that lady or young girl to address a whole renowned Nigerian university. It's very poor.
All right. Thank you. Now let's even put social status aside. Age-wise, is he your mate? You know, when you want to talk about the age, you accord people respect based on their age also. So not because he's a big man, he has money, he's a billionaire, he's a business mogul. Let's look at the age.
Let's imagine
you're not talking to your friend. Okay, would you address the president?
Good morning.
Good morning, Bola. Because someone like that would still say, okay, good morning, Bola. Let me ask you how Nigeria will move forward.
A lot of people were asking him to start with Mr. President.
Exactly. You accord him the respect that is attached to his title.
And even his office. Because even as a corporate person, he has an office. Let's leave.
Let's just know where to draw the line between confidence and respect or disrespect. All right. Thank you all so much for joining on the show.
Thank you.
We appreciate your contributions. We'll be back here tomorrow to have conversations. Do stay with us. My name is Rona Agbara.
And I am Adekunle Adejimo.
The word just comes up. Okay. I'll give you my address me properly.
Mrs. Agbara.
I'm not a Mrs. yet. Please, I beg.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
very good evening to you. This is the World News on Premium Talk Radio, Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I'm Rona Agbara. First, the headlines. Presidency criticizes presidential candidate of ADC, Atiku Abubakar, over pledge to restore fuel subsidy. Gani Toba faces 4 counts terrorism, cybercrime charges in Port Harcourt. River State residents urge government to revive palliative bus scheme. On the foreign scene, Iran condemns U.S. threat of economic sanctions. Details shortly. The presidency has criticized presidential candidate of the African Democratic Congress ADC, Atiku Abubakar, over his pledge to restore petrol subsidy if elected president in 2027. The special advisor to the president on media and public communications, Sunday Diary, described the proposal as deceptive and capable of undermining Nigeria's economic recovery. Diary made the comments in a statement on Thursday, accusing Atiku of attempting to manipulate Nigerians for political gain. He said the former vice president's proposal could halt what he described as ongoing recovery across various sectors of the economy. Atiku had made the pledge during a Facebook Live session where responding to questions on the removal of petrol subsidy and how the savings from the policy had been utilized. The former vice president said he initially did not oppose the removal of the subsidy, but questioned how the savings had been spent, adding that if he is elected president, he would restore the subsidy and ensure that anyone who stole the country's subsidy funds returned the money. Vice President Kashim Shettima has described infrastructure development as a means of creating and distributing opportunities across the country. Shettima stated this while commissioning the Ilili Egbeda Omokudua Carriageway in River State, which connects Ikwere, Emoha, and Ogba and Gbamandan local government areas. He said the nation becomes congested when opportunities are limited, stressing that every piece of infrastructure creates new opportunities for citizens, while also noting that the responsibility of government is to ensure that such opportunities are evenly distributed across the country.
When the road moves, society moves. The road is a 100% celebration today. One student's a warning rather than an invitation. We have had housing policies, a deteriorated carriageway, difficult journeys and security concerns force many travelers to avoid this route. Today, that memory gives way to a modern dual carriageway illuminated for safer movement by day and night. This achievement reminds us that governance is a continuum. One administration lays the foundation, another strengthens it, and the people remain the final beneficiaries. That continuity is how public service earns meaning and citizens receive the respite they deserve. We can now look forward to farmers moving produce faster and with fewer losses, traders reaching larger markets, businesses reducing logistic costs, and
also speaking, River State Governor Siminalayi Fubara said the completion of the project would strengthen his party's campaign efforts, given the impact of the road on the lives and economic activities of the people. Governor Fubara described the project as another promise of his administration that had been fulfilled, saying its completion had given him a sense of happiness and fulfillment despite the challenges faced by his administration.
For us today to come here to say to the glory of God that promise made is a promise kept. Even in the face of all our trial, the face of all the ordeal that befell this administration, there are still some positive things that people can see and look at and say, you meant well for this government. You meant well for the people of River State. I strongly believe that this project will also help more when we're going for campaign. When we're campaigning, I will say, look, we did this one. Even the people that are going to come as opposition against us, they are going to pass this corridor. So when they are coming, they will see it as, it's these people that did it. So we have something to show that truly we meant well, and our lineage will continue to mean well for Rivers people.
The Inspector General of Police, IGP Olatunji Disu, has cautioned Nigerian youths against criminality, violence, and reckless behavior that could cut short their ambitions. The IGP gave the warning on Thursday in Abuja during the Forces celebration of International Youth Day, where he addressed young Nigerians and students. Disu particularly warned youths against being used for electoral violence ahead of the 2027 elections, stressing that while politicians may reconcile after campaigns, many young people who lose their lives in political violence do not return home. The police boss said the force recognized the constitutional rights of young Nigerians to participate in politics, support political parties, express their views, and campaign for candidates. He, however, warned that the police would not tolerate violence or the recruitment and mobilization of youths for hostile activities during the electoral period. Disu therefore advised young Nigerians to be responsible in the use of social media and urged youths to avoid unnecessary risk, noting that many young lives have been lost as a result of violence and criminal activities. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Please stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thanks for staying with us now, the rest of our stories. The coordinator of the Conscience of Ogoni People, Chief Gani Toba, has been arraigned before a federal high court sitting in Port Harcourt on 4 counts of alleged terrorism-related and cybercrime offences. According to the charges, Toba allegedly committed the offences between May and August 2026. In his first count, the prosecution alleged that on August 10, 2026, 2 days after a meeting of Kagote, the apex socio-cultural organization of the Ogoni ethnic nationality, Toba knowingly or indirectly supported the commission of an alleged act of terrorism by making and publishing a video in which the leadership of Kagote was allegedly maligned. The prosecution alleged that the act was intended to seriously destabilize or destroy the fundamental political, economic, and social structure of Ogoni land, River State, and Nigeria, with reference to the possibility of a repeat of the crisis that engulfed Ogoni land in 1994. In the second count, Toba was accused of publishing the video with the alleged intention of provoking violence against the President General of Kagote and other leaders and members of the organization. The third count relates to an alleged demand concerning oil wells in Ogoni land. The prosecution alleged that between May and August 2026, Toba consistently insisted on seizing and detaining all oil wells in Ogoni land in an effort to compel the federal government to prevent Shell Petroleum Development Company of Nigeria Limited, now Renaissance Africa Energy Company Limited, and its affiliates from undertaking oil-related contracts in Ogoni land. The allegations was brought under Section 24 of the Terrorism Prevention and Prohibition Act 2022. The fourth count accused Toba of intentionally making and publishing a video through a computer system or network to bully or harass the President General of the Kagote and the organization's leadership. The prosecution alleged that the communication placed the individual in fear of death or bodily harm, contrary to Section 24, subsection 2A of the Cybercrimes Prohibition Prevention Act 2015. A document obtained by Today FM's correspondent did not state the outcome of the court proceeding or whether the defendant entered a plea. The court, however, adjourns the matter until August 28, 2026 for bail consideration. Meanwhile, security agencies have been urged to respond with equal urgency, strengthen intelligence gathering, and community engagement to ensure that those responsible for the recent killing in Kana local government area of River State is brought to justice through due process. The convener of Rivers Peace Initiative, Obina Igbogidi, made the call in a reaction to the recent killing of 3 persons in Kana local government area, including Philip Bariku and Barikbe Barimama, and one other, where he extended condolences to the government and people of Kana local government area. According to Igbogidi, in an interview with Today FM's Uchendu Jowo, the killing of young men in circumstances such as the one involved in the killing is particularly devastating because it leaves families, communities, and an entire generation carrying consequences they did not choose. He noted that the latest killing are coming against the background of other serious security challenges that Kana has experienced in recent times, including the reported killing of a former chief security officer of the local government and violent incidents that have affected communities within the local government area, saying that the people deserve to live, work, worship, conduct their businesses, and raise their families without fear.
As Rivers State approaches another critical political season, this responsibility becomes even greater. Political competition must never be allowed to turn communities against one another. Those who have influence over young people and political supporters must use that influence to promote restraint and peace, not confrontation and retaliation. Rivers State has a responsibility to protect the peace required for its citizens to participate freely in civic and political life. We cannot afford to normalize violence, nor can we afford to wait until communities are overwhelmed before we act.
Obina Ebogidi insisted that River State government has a responsibility to protect the peace required for its people to participate freely in civic and political life and cannot afford to normalize violence, nor affords to wait until communities are overwhelmed before taking action. The Rivers Peace Initiative called on River State government, security agencies, local government authorities, traditional and community leaders, political actors, and citizens to make the prevention of violence a shared priority.
The Rivers Peace Initiative calls on the Rivers State government, security agencies, local government authorities, traditional and community leaders, political actors, and citizens to make the prevention of violence a shared priority. Let Canaswing strengthen our resolve to prevent similar tragedies elsewhere. Let us intervene before conflict becomes violence, before violence becomes killing, and before killing becomes another cycle of retaliation. Can has suffered enough. Rivers State has suffered enough. No political ambition, communal disagreement, or criminal interest is worth the life of a Rivers citizen. Our collective duty is to protect our people and preserve the peace upon which the future of Rivers State depends.
More reactions have continued to trail the attack and setting ablaze the family building of a chieftain of the African Democratic Congress in Alu community in the Kure local government area of River State, Thomas Azaya. This time, the Nigerian Democratic Congress NDC candidate for Ikoro State constituency in Rivers State House of Assembly, DK Providence Chima, in his reaction condemned it in its entirety. The attack on the building of a member of the ADC by alleged members of the Rainbow Coalition in Omoko Alu community. Providence Chima said the attack clearly shows the unpreparedness of the coalition members in taking over power come 2027. Expressing surprise that the ruling party cannot use its achievements in campaigning for the forthcoming general elections rather than using violence as a strategy to scare the opposition from exercising their franchise. Providence Chima, in a statement he signed, challenged the People's Democratic Party and the All Progressive Congress to come boldly and tell Rivers people what they have achieved since inception, apart from the 20,000 naira back to farm empowerment, hunger, insecurity, amongst other challenges. He further stated that only 10 persons benefited from the acclaimed scholarship, saying it is unfortunate that even the future of the children are gambled with deceit, decrying the system of running a society where chiefs, elders, pastors, amongst others, are now partisans to the evils in the society. He reminded the people of an adage where a monkey was laughing at the falling trees, but not remembering it was its house that was the target, just as he called on youths to remember the parents, relatives, and brothers, warning that anyone who allows himself to be used as a tool for the destruction in the name of election will forever be indebted to the tears of the innocent. DK Providence Chima, while insisting that everyone must be allowed to do his or her political business towards ending modern-day slavery, called on the Commissioner of Police, DSS, Army, and other relevant security agencies, as well as human rights organizations, to investigate and bring the perpetrators of the act that happened in Omoko, Alu, to book. Some residents of River State have appealed to the state government to revive the free bus scheme introduced as a palliative to ease the rising cost of transportation. Speaking with our correspondent, SOC Nabu, they described the initiative as impactful, noting that it previously helped reduce the financial burden on commuters, students, and low-income earners. Although some claimed they never boarded, but noticed how regularly the buses operated and received positive feedbacks from beneficiaries. Some commuters recalled their experiences with the buses and urged authorities to address the funding delay and extend the service beyond Port Harcourt by deploying smaller buses across the state's 22 other local government areas to help decongest the capital.
The FD palliative or scheme that was introduced to help reduce cost of transportation for individual citizens basically was a very good idea, considering the cost of transportation right now, the cost of fuel and all of that. Although it was said to be existing, only came across it once and that's it. It has long been out of function.
We realized that for quite some time now, I've not really noticed or seen those buses River State to be precise. Because I remember there was a time, I think on one or two occasions, I've forgotten, I entered one of the buses and when I got to my destination, I tried paying. The driver said, no, it's free.
The free bus transportation scheme previously introduced by the River State government was a very commendable initiative, although I never personally boarded the buses. I saw how frequently they operated within Port Harcourt and I heard from many people who benefited from them.
The residents further called on government to reinstate the use of palliative buses alongside the state initiatives to help lower fares and meet current fuel costs, adding that restoring the expanding the free bus service would make life easier for people, support students, and spread development to other parts of the state.
We are urging the federal government to bring back this scheme, to bring back this palliative that would help reduce cost per individual, reduce fare, and make life easier for the citizens.
First of all, it's going to help the masses, people who are poor, who can't afford these rights wherever they are going. And then also students, it's going to help students. I really want to plead to the River State government that these initiatives should be brought back.
So I sincerely appeal to the state government to, consider bringing back the scheme to help reduce the rising cost of transportation for residents and visitors. I also suggest extending it beyond Port Harcourt by introducing smaller buses across the other 22 local governments so that people in those parts of the state can benefit too. Let's start shifting development down to other states. Let's bring it back, improve it, and make it statewide.
On the foreign scene, Iran has condemned the latest threat of economic sanctions by the United States, describing the move as illegal and inhumane. In a statement, Iran's foreign ministry said the threat coincided with the anniversary of the August 19, 1953 coup that removed the country's democratically elected Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh. The ministry accused the United States of maintaining decades of hostility towards the Iranian people, describing the sanctions threat as evidence of what it called the inhumane and lawless nature of the U.S. government. Iran also said the proposed sanctions amounted to a continuation of a policy that had previously failed, warning that such measures would not achieve their intended objectives. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. The presidency has criticized presidential candidate of the African Democratic Congress, Atiku Abubakar, over his pledge to restore petrol subsidy if elected president in 2027. Gani Toba has been arraigned before a federal high court sitting in Port Harcourt on 4 counts of alleged terrorism-related and cybercrime offences. We told you that Rivers State residents have urged the federal government to revive palliative bus scheme to ease the rising cost of transportation. On the foreign scene, you also heard that Iran has strongly condemned the latest threat of economic sanctions by the United States. That was the news as edited by Sosa Nabu. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, on Facebook at Today95.1fm, on Instagram at TodayFM951, on X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live at Today95.1fm. And Rona Abara. Thank you so much for listening. Good evening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Looking to grow your business?
Ready to elevate your brand and reach the right